Just want to welcome everyone to the Alberta Innovates Roadmap for Growth Leading in Learning Forum for 2022. I will say it again. My name is Stacey Brotzel, a longtime broadcaster here in Edmonton. Excited to be your MC for the next several days. Looking forward to be inspired by the minds that we have assembled. Thank you, everyone who is tuning in today. The forum's going to cover the 4 pillars of the Alberta Innovates Roadmap. Now, those are Impactset. That's going to happen today. Then Tool Set. Thursday is Team Set. And Friday, Mindset. Each day, according to the theme, we're going to feature presentations, panels, and masterclasses delivered by content experts from around the world. So, we want you to get involved. You're just not going to hide behind your screens. We are using a platform really easy to use. It's called Social 27. Pretty straightforward if you have used Zoom, and I know over the last couple of years, we have all used Zoom. So you should be just fine. You can engage with all of our experts by asking questions in the chat. There's also a virtual photo booth, so have a little fun until Friday. So just click on that icon and snap a pic, and it will be added to a virtual gallery after we wrap up on Friday. And speaking of Friday, we have a massive draw, so look forward towards that. It is a 2-night stay at the Residence Inn Calgary Marriott plus 2 tickets to Inventures 2023. That's a value of about $1,500. All right, now I would like to introduce Risa John. Now, Risa is the Director of Fund and Fellowship at Alberta Innovates. She is an impact-driven, passionate relationship builder with over 25 years' experience facilitating epic innovation changes for Albertans. And a couple of things about her. She loves her dogs, and she plays the accordion badly. No accordion here today. Actually, there is one just around the corner, but I looked a little dusty, so we're not going to make her do that today. To start us off on the right note, though, here is Risa John.
Thanks so much, Stacey, and welcome everybody. So Alberta, along with every entrepreneurial jurisdiction in the world, faces the challenge of bridging the gap for companies to scale and grow in their ecosystem. Achieving scale and growth for impact is a long-term commitment that requires leadership, vision, purpose, and stable funding. Alberta Innovates and our ecosystem partners are working together to bridge that valley of death, from advancing ideas to commercialization to impact across the entrepreneur journey. In the next 4 days, we will be sharing a roadmap to support company growth in your ecosystem that bridges that scale-up gap. We're on a learning journey and by no means have all the answers. But this is a forum, is our way of sharing our lessons learned and starting a conversation both locally and globally about scale-up and growth. We thank you for joining us and hope you come away with some Alberta playset concepts that you can bring back home. Speakers from across Alberta will be joining us over the next 4 days, and we respectfully acknowledge that they are situated on traditional territory of the Treaty 6, Treaty 7, and Treaty 8 First Nations, home to Métis settlements, the Métis Nation of Alberta, and Regions 2, 3, and 4 within the historical Northwest Métis homeland. We respect the histories, languages, and cultures of First Nations, Métis, and Inuit, whose presence continues to enrich our vibrant community. It is my honor to introduce Casey Eagle's speaker, who will be performing a blessing for us this morning. Casey is a recognized elder with the Kainai, which is part of the Blackfoot Confederacy. He's dedicated to serving and helping youth. He's been an Indigenous Resource Coordinator with Health Services since 1998. He's the Elder in Residence for St. Mary's University, Bow Valley College, Alberta University of the Arts, Lead Elder for the Centre for Newcomers and Spark Science Centres, co-chair for the Wisdom Council for Alberta Health Services, and serves on many other numerous committees. Over to you, Casey.
Okay, damage kanotani. So nagokotsimiotas. Zigana kadasiksakon. Good morning, everybody. I am known as Sorrowhorse, a member of the Kainai Nation, part of Black Confederation. And I welcome you to your next 4 days. I think you have an exciting adventure to go to. But hearing that it is about our entrepreneurs, is to guide, teach, and share the knowledge of the experts that are in the field. They represent the future of our country, the well-being of our community and our people. It is important that we always strive to teach the next generation. As often we say, the young people of today are the leaders of today and the experts of the now. My blessing will be done in Blackfoot, and I ask you to remember your families, your relatives, your friends. You remember the people in the hospitals, ones who may be ill at home, young and old. Continued prayers for the people of Ukraine. And prayers for yourselves. Pray for the homeless. There be people without food today. People still lost in the world of alcohol and drug addictions. And losses of family members that we continue prayers for. So you just want to join me in your own way that we say we call upon the Creator, we pray from our hearts. And that's what we look at forward and do, is that we talk to our Creator. And that's what we consider a prayer. Ayo napi natos. Ayo ko kimiki smag. Ipaswas patsopswas. Ayo tuts hotas bad to bank ku sikitomo wakag. Kekim matul haga pas smat sai kag tin ko koita pia knaso kapio kag. Kekim matul knas bad to bag. Sa no kipana. Kekim matap so chita pisan. Kisuns kanskotavs päättyopaa, knepses kosopan kitskoi katsemuikana. Anokata päikimma teosaan nyt piimennak, kää kukus hukus vaakot. Taakki mut saapi muokkaaki. Oken päättyy nokat peipui panak. Systema siipuu kauhkaa kumukata piuhkaaki. Anksepsi tässä täskiopaakin. Skapas systemiksaa. Oks Pedro sakita sit surka pohpiksta susiissen makaupuus oksas taapisipa. Keneks pät matokui kamakupikis sikieksaaki. Okin sohpei pui mapa muhtskaaksi käwa ohkoatsiokaaki. Ktuuts mummusats Pedro pai kaista päikin matkoi makukuusiksaaki. Okin Pedro pai noksaattu panspaapisi katsomuikaan takta pai ohtuukipinnaan. Kuku seksams kistikui kaks kahkoimpi pihkaihaa kistikui kak moni soikistikui saaki niittu ihkokan saa polkamasta ihkaaki. Kansta päinnoki penats pätvopaik. Ktimuhkiret päätäpiisan kistikui ihkaaki. Onko ta polkamasta penana takosaaki atse haaksanneskeps natu simas inonnanaaki. Kenni tu ihkokata polkamasta penana pinakos atse puskeps natu sioka. Jouktajatapses kosopa okissikoi ihkään, kaikaa kyykkinään. Ogni tuikkokin sitäkin, ikäkin päätäpiisinään. Kierroksapa ikomestas päättöpä, kavi pihtua ja kokuiseksi. Ogni kok naapiokin poiskamsana, kamataan kaikki sama päätäpiisinään. Kimma piitsisin ikään. So thank you for that. As I said, prayers out for your families, relatives, your friends, and for the work that you're doing. You know, as we often say, that a lifetime is still a one-day event. It's not yesterday, it's not tomorrow. It is right now. And we often pray that we give the best of ourselves today. In Blackfoot, we say, "Gakimat," means to give and do your best. We don't have a word about try, about just doing. And I encourage you to give the best of yourself today. After all, wealth is the transfer of knowledge and wisdom to the next generation. It's part of the measurements of wealth. And to be able to live life and celebrate life. This is who we are as human beings. We have a responsibility for the next generations to come. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Elder Casey. And as Elder Casey mentioned, we should greet each day with gratitude. And I love that. And it's a great way to kick off our event with discussions about generosity and sharing. Right now, I would like to bring back to the virtual stage Risa John.
Thanks so much, Stacy. So let's start the sharing. So as you can see from the diagram that's beside me, the roadmap for growth starts with interconnecting play sets. Those are, we believe, instrumental to successfully executing a scale-up and growth roadmap. The why, the what, the who, and the how across the client journey. So the mindset, the team set, tool set, and impact set. And we'd like to say in the middle, the secret sauce is fund and fellowship. So each day of the forum will feature one of the play sets. It'll include presentations, panels, and master classes and lessons from trenches delivered by experts locally and globally as part of Adventures Unbound. So as Stacey said, today we're going to do a deep dive on Impactset. We'll cover tool set tomorrow, team set on Thursday, and last but not least, Friday, and that secret sauce fund and fellowship on Friday. You will see some of the presenters like me wearing these t-shirts with sayings on it. Leap from scale up to superstar. Ready, set, and grow. Charge, push it to the limit. These are on our vision boards at Alberta Innovates, and they help us to inspire us and keep our North Star of supporting entrepreneurs to scale and grow and to promote ecosystem impact. We hope that you gain some inspiration over the next 4 days to do the same. So without further ado, let's get that learning about Impactset going. Back over to you, Stacey.
Thanks so much, Risa. Well, let's get into it. I would like to kick off Impactset Stories from the Trenches. Now, this is the panel where you learn about lived experiences. We have an entrepreneur and coach who have gone through Alberta Innovate's Scale Up and Growth program. The moderator for this event is Dr. Catherine Graham. She's the executive director of the Impact Action Lab over at Alberta Innovates. So Catherine is a thought leader in societal impact and its assessment. She helps with implementing performance management and quality improvement systems. She advises organizations on how to optimize their performance, both strategically and operationally. Over to you, Dr. Graham.
Thank you very much, Stacey. So good morning and a big welcome to everyone joining us here today. And a welcome to all our panelists and keynotes, and also welcome to the audience who are from Alberta, Canada, and worldwide. So a really big welcome. And we are today going to talk about Impactset. So as Stacey said, I'm the Executive Director of the Impact Action Lab at Alberta Innovates. And I'm particularly excited to have the whole morning talking about impact with you. So this is a great day for us to start off with this conversation. So in terms of impact, you're asking yourself kind of what is impact? And so I'm going to go through a few kind of concepts before introducing the panelists. But as Risa said, this playset was really co-developed with the investments unit in really having a practical approach to executing innovation roadmaps. So what is Impactset? I know you're asking that question. So really Impactset is about designing for impact upfront. If you have an initiative, is thinking about the impact, and also more importantly is who is it affecting, so the what and the who. So there are many different models or frameworks out there. We're not saying this is the best, but it is our frame for the next 4 days. And a unique contribution, we think, is this idea of impact. And including impact as part of that kind of holistic approach. So what do we mean and how do we define impact? We'll hear many definitions throughout the day, but really it's about making a difference to people's lives. So that's why impact is so important. As we heard earlier, it's about affecting people's lives, and really this is really the focus of today. So sometimes when we think about impact, we think of a big bang theory, big impact, loud impact. But one proposition we have here today is little impact, no big bang theory. So thinking about impact as small incremental changes and progress to the impact we're trying to achieve. So we're trying to go to our North Star. How are we measuring and how are we moving the dial on that impact? And impact in terms of health, in terms of environment, society, etc. So enough about the context. That is the focus. And now I'm joined this morning by 3 different players in the ecosystem who've experienced the impact set from different roles and different perspectives and are in the trenches generating value and impact. So first, we have Dr. Peter Riddles, who's joining us from Australia. Good night, Peter, where he is the founder and CEO of Synergy Global and an international leader on systems innovation and global cooperation. Welcome, Peter. Secondly, we have Shahil Huda, who's the managing partner at Sprout VC, a lead mentor for the 500 Global Accelerator and a 2-time CEO of high growth software startups. Welcome, Shahil. And our final panelist also joining us today is Hadi Tahareen, the CEO and co-founder of Alto, one of the fastest growing Canadian health tech startups and past innovator in the retirement and management space. Welcome, Hadi. Okay, so I'm going to dive right into it and starting with you first, Peter. From your global and systems perspective as an advisor to Alberta's and global research and innovation ecosystem, I have a 2-part question for you, Peter. The first part is, what design advice do you have for growing and scaling companies for impact?
Great, and thank you, Catherine, and good morning to everybody, and particularly to my colleagues on this panel. I'm looking forward to the discussions. So, Catherine, you've asked quite deep questions here, both of them, and I'll attempt to give a précis of my experiences as you've suggested. The first one is scaling and growing individual enterprises, and that is something that challenges all entrepreneurs, and I expect my experienced colleagues will be able to add nuances to what I might say. But obviously most startups have a founder and initial investors or stakeholders in the company, and they need to be supported because they're going to drive the growth of the company. And I don't want to go through all the usual things, but access to flexible capital, timely capital, and the most important thing, I think, of all which drives investment and growth of the company is access to markets. And these days, of course, some companies provide services on a digital platform. Those that manufacture products will have to have access to a physical market. And these 2 things often intersect these days. I'm going to move to talking about what I think is one of the most important things for the long-term scaling of an individual company, and that is the governance model that company adopts. Of course, you've got the centerpiece is the CEO or the founder, often the same person at the beginning, but this will have to mature as those 2 roles indeed separate and become specialized. So it's really important for the founder and the CEO to consider what kind of governance model they have, because the governance model enables the enterprise to keep an eye on the future, to deal with different contingencies along the way, because there always are. An experienced board can connect the founder to all the different components of the ecosystem which they operate. And as I mentioned, this can be dollars, it matters of regulation if you're in a regulated market, and particularly access to markets, whether it's a domestic or national or global market, the same principle applies, and this access has to be significant. And even today, when I read business plans, both from a government perspective and a private sector investor, the nuances around markets are some of the most important things that I look at. So I always encourage CEOs and founders to have a sophisticated view of the market they're in, how they sort of fine-tune their product offering to suit that market, and to be constantly aware and monitoring of it, because everything they do has to be connected to getting that outcome. And of course, I like to think about, when I come to the second part of your question, Catherine, which is designing innovation ecosystems for economic prosperity and a thriving society. Embedded in that question are 3 different, if you like, broad issues. That's growing an individual enterprise, but achieving economic prosperity is something that your government stakeholder or your society might be interested in. That means building more than one enterprise. It actually means building an ecosystem around major companies, supply chains, and customers all within the system. And that requires a very different governance model to orchestrate that than, say, for an individual enterprise. I'd also like to make the difference between if you're achieving impact for a social system, some public good outcome or an outcome that suits the customers, like a health outcome or an environmental outcome, that's very nuancedly different to having an outcome where you're driven to make revenues and to make a profit, as you would in the commercial sector. Now, both those aren't disconnected. Often, and nearly always, they have to be within the same enterprise. But your governance model for running a social enterprise will have to be somewhat different, although some of the principles will remain the same, to the governance model you adopt for a for-profit company. And again, even when you're running an innovation ecosystem, you have to have an overarching governance framework. The challenge here, of course, is you've got multiple stakeholders in an ecosystem. You've got the government, you've got your consumers and customers, you've got researchers, research institutes, you've got the entrepreneurs, but you've also got established industry who often provide the grunt for growing the ecosystem. And an important role for government here is twofold. One is to ensure there are appropriate regulations. In societies where there are lots of regulations, these regulations can be a dampener on innovation as much as being a help. But governments can play a role in making sure the regulations encourage skills and investment, but also controlling or developing markets. And having a good concept for the government for markets has been a big driver of the innovation systems in the USA for particular. And it's important to take note of different systems from around the world. But one of the key roles of governance in an ecosystem is to manage the expectations of all the stakeholders, as I mentioned, because unless that governance model and those players can identify a common purpose, it becomes all the more challenging to drive in a coordinated way. So the board or the advisory body or whatever system you put in place has got to reflect on all the individual players' needs, as well as driving forward, making sure they're driving forward to the purpose of that particular ecosystem. I've got two more comments on this, Catherine. One is, I mentioned government is important as regulation, but to build an ecosystem and to build the industries from that system, it's not just a matter of driving startups, which is actually a key role for the government and investors and research providers, because they provide the new goods, the new products, and the new services which give a competitive advantage. But it's also important to have coordination of that activity. I call that the broad innovation activity, with both trade and investment on a more global scale. And unless those things are coordinated, it's a hell of a lot harder to grow and stabilize your ecosystem. So finally, I think about the importance of the concept of collaboration. Clearly, when you've got an ecosystem with multiple players, collaboration is a key part of that. You don't want it to be disconnected or uncoordinated. And that, again, is a role for the governance model. But I think there's a more nuanced way of looking at collaboration. It's probably the outcome of a more subtle process. In an ecosystem, communication is important between the players, between the government and the industry, researchers and the investors. And then before you even get to a collaboration thing, cooperation becomes really important, because you want to be all on the same page and coordinate in the right way. Ultimately, the cost of collaboration is then borne by the players and is the major outcome. And as we know, a collaborative effort in an ecosystem ultimately supports the success of the innovation and the growth of your ecosystem. So, Catherine, I'd like to leave it there and thank you for your question, and I'm looking forward to the rest of the panel.
Thanks, Peter. That was a great answer, particularly from an ecosystem designer perspective. So moving on, Shahil, you have a special role and interest as a mentor and coach to startups and entrepreneurs. and believe that you've actually mentored Hadi, so we'll hear about that maybe. From your mentorship coaching perspective, I have a two-part question I'm going to ask two together. What do you advise founders and innovators when they ask you how they can grow and scale for positive impact? And do you have an example to share with our audience today from your experiences with this accelerator program?
Great, thank you. Good morning, Catherine. Good morning, Hadi. And good evening, Peter. It's great to be on the panel with you. So, Catherine, that's a big and broad question. You're asking a lot in a 4 or 5 minute sort of spiel here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to focus. I'm not going to provide an example because I think we've got a great example of a rock star founder that is going to speak right after me. That's Hadi. I'm going to distill the lessons that I think I've learned in building my own businesses as well as advising hundreds of companies over the past decade and a half. So my focus is going to be a little bit different than Peter's. I think Peter did a great job on talking about things at a macro level for the ecosystem as a whole and the things that we need to do in Alberta. My focus is going to shift, and I'm going to focus on the micro level, which is the things that I think that startups or founders can and should do to drive maximum impact in their businesses and maximum growth. So as I said, I'm not going to speak to a specific example, but I'm going to aggregate the lessons from working with hundreds of startups over the years. So the question is, how do you scale for impact and growth? And there are many, many, many things that great founders do. But I would say that the critical items fall into 4 major categories that I'm going to talk about. And then I'll throw in one bonus one at the end, just because I like to do that. The first is mastering the fundamentals. The second is experimenting rapidly. The third is really figuring out distribution to your mass market. And the fourth is, active storytelling and effective storytelling. So let me go through each of these very quickly. So the first is mastering the fundamentals. Early on, when founders are building their business, I cannot stress the importance enough of customer discovery activities. Getting in front of customers, getting away from, if you're a software company, getting out of your office, getting away from your screen, and actually talking to customers about their need, about their pain, looking into their eyes, seeing the emotion and feeling the emotion they feel with the pains that you are looking to solve for them, and asking them very important and critical questions so that you understand their pain as well as they do. As founders, the mistake that we often make is we tend to be in love with our product or our innovation or our solution. And this can put sort of blinders on us as we interact with existing and new customers. And instead, the advice that I provide to founders is that you're better served falling in love with your customer's pain. I'm going to repeat that, falling in love with your customer's pain instead of falling in love with your own solution. Falling in love with their pain to the extent that you understand their pain, their needs, their objectives better than the customers do themselves, that you're able to articulate it even more clearly than your customers can. From my perspective, this is the most important aspect of impact that you can be driving towards, or you should be driving towards as a founder. Okay, so that's the first one, mastering the fundamentals. The second one is, once you've mastered the fundamentals, you understand who your ideal customer profile is, or you think you do. You understand the value proposition. You understand the need from the customer's perspective and in their voice. Then building experiments and running those experiments very, very rapidly. I'm talking about running experiments on a weekly basis. And so now this is about taking a scientific approach to really refining who your ideal customer profile is, what your true value proposition to them is, what are the channels to market, how are customers going to find you, where are they going to find you, what messages are going to resonate with them. And so what we're talking about here is, the example that we've seen of these great accelerators that have come from the Valley and set up shop here in Alberta. The great ones, what they do is they're able to encourage this idea of building and running rapid experiments that run for short intervals and reveal insights about your customers, about the customer's needs, about their business workflows if you're a B2B company, about the alternatives that customers have, how they buy, where they buy, what that decision-making process is like. These are all things that you need to understand as a founder, and the best way to do that is through this experimentation approach, in my opinion. And the best founders that I've seen or I've interacted with, they have this very sort of inquisitive mindset as they scale their businesses. They maintain this experimentation mindset or philosophy. They hypothesis test everything that they do as they are growing and scaling their business. And I see Hadi is nodding his head because he truly reflects what I'm talking about here. In fact, founders that are building successful businesses, they understand that their businesses are likely to have to shift a number of times as they grow their business and as they shift from market segment to scale their business. And in fact, sometimes this even leads to significant pivot in their solution or in their customer base that they're going after, as they realize that the early adopters that they sold to, the first $1 million of revenue that they generated, those first customers don't buy in necessarily the same way that the mass market does. So I think those are really important. Now let's skip to the third one, which is distribution. So once you understand that experimentation mindset and you start running those experiments, then it's about figuring out distribution. How do you scale 10 to 100 times the size of your business over the next 2 to 5 years? And really figuring that out is essential. And again, using that experimentation approach can be very valuable there. The fourth item, excuse me, is about telling your story well. So the best founders are great storytellers. They develop an ability to simplify the story of their solution for customers, or simplifying their business when they're pitching to investors, or simplifying their vision and telling this compelling vision that's going to impact the world when they're recruiting key employees or key talent, as well as when they're building partnerships. And this just takes practice. It has to be done over and over again. And they practice communicating with emotion and passion and communicate using simple language when they're doing this. And I promised you that I was going to give you a bonus, and I'm going to wrap it up with a bonus. So great founders do all of those things really well. But the other thing that they do is they get outside of their local or their industry bubble. They spend a lot of their time interacting with founders from around the world, even competitors that they're running up against, and they learn from those conversations so that they can expand their field of view and their understanding of how customers are looking at them, how they are positioning themselves in a global and competitive market. So I'll wrap it up with that.
Thanks, Shahil. Thanks for your insights, and a big thanks for the bonus to start our day off. And finally, over to our superstar. Thanks for your patience, Hadi. So thinking of your experience in the trenches as an entrepreneur, again, two-part question. What does growing and scaling your company for impact look like for you? And do you have an example to share with your audience today from your experiences from the Accelerator program? So over to you.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for having me here. I'm really excited to be part of this panel. I just want to kind of talk to Shahil a little bit. He didn't give us that bonus last point, though, in our accelerator, so he was holding back a little bit, so I'm glad I joined in for this one. We had the pleasure of joining one of the accelerator in Alberta, which was 500 Global. And for us, though, and for me specifically, it's working smarter and not harder. And I think that's what exactly Shahil kind of went over, those 4 points, where it leads you to actually work smarter, not harder as a founder. Global, I'm going to be talking about the 500 Global just because we just recently graduated from it, and the impact it had on our company was amazing and massive. It really kind of made us and forced us to think really objectively about what we were doing before, what are we doing right now, and how actually everything kind of ties together for our main focus, our our star, our goal that we want to achieve, which for our company specifically was actually getting ready to do a round. And with the help of resident mentors like Tash and Shahil, it was really easy for us to kind of figure out where our weak spots were, and they helped us kind of direct us towards how we can improve that really quickly and more efficiently, to be honest. We knew going into the 500 Global, though, we were doing a lot of things that was right, but at the same time, we were lacking a lot of those fine-tuning that makes a startup from just being a startup to an actual great startup who can scale rapidly. And that's why 500 Global was so important for us. And I can't be more happy with the result we actually accomplished through them. And I can actually definitely provide you with some example as well. One of the best thing that came out of our company joining an accelerator in Alberta was that we got really prepped properly to answer any questions, for example, a VC would have, or an angel investor would have about our company. And one of the main focuses that we put our effort on was what exactly Shahil said, is that rapid testing of experiments that we actually wanted to do. And as soon as we implemented that ideology with our company and our team, it kind of brings things really, really easily into perspective about what's working really well and what's not working really well. And you learn really quick, and you hypothesize about different things. This kind of led us to actually receiving some and actually getting approved for getting some fund through UC, which been amazing. And so far, we're able to kind of navigate through these crucial funding conversation we have. We have a better understanding about where we want to go. And I can't speak, I honestly don't know if there's any better way for any startup to accelerate their growth, if they're looking to be not just a startup, but an actual startup who wants to be known for scaling. So.
Thanks very much, Hadi. I think really great insights, speaking to the big impact and the micro impact. I think was very insightful for me, particularly Peter looking at it from that ecosystem design and governance view, and then bringing it really to the level of those micro changes to kind of progress towards that kind of North Star of impact. So without design, you really aligned, I think, to the beginning in terms of the context of the Big Bang and those micro changes and the experimentation. So, so really great insights to start the day. And I just want to thank you. And from your perspective, your lived perspective from different roles in the ecosystem, design, coaching, mentoring, and a direct entrepreneurial and perspective. So it was great to have you here this morning, hear your stories. Thank you. And again, thanks for the bonus there, Shahil. Leading and learning are very appreciative. And so thanks to the audience for joining us. And I'm happy to hand over to our MC, Stacey, to introduce our next keynote speaker. So big thank you.
Thanks so much, panelists, and what a great discussion, and thank you, Shahil. Fall in love with pain is what we're talking about backstage, so thank you so much, and thank you so much, Peter. It is good morning to you. It's just 1:45 your time, so thank you so much for joining us all the way from Australia today. Well, you may have our next speaker's book on your shelf at home, this one right here. Dr. Christian Busch is an NYU professor at the Center for Global Affairs and also the best-selling author of The Serendipity Mindset. Arianna Huffington called it a life-changing book. I think every author wants that kind of endorsement. He is also on the Thinkers 50 radar of 30 thinkers who will likely shape the future. I hope that's on your business card. Please welcome Dr. Christian Busch.
Well, thank you so much, Stacey, for the wonderful introduction. Good morning, everyone. It's great to be here with you today. And I'd like to take you on a journey of exploring how to make a difference at scale by cultivating serendipity for innovation, impact, and smart luck. So really diving into this. Before doing this, I'd love to ask you a quick question, which is, who of you in the room, if you could put that in the chat, please, who of you considers yourself to be a lucky person? Who of you considers yourself to be a lucky person? If you want to put that in the chat. It seems like we have a quite lucky room with us from what I've heard from the other panelists. But we'll come back to that question later on. For now, I'd love to give you a brief context, and I'll see if those slides come. Yeah, hopefully this is visible. Let's see how we can get this over here. So in terms of context, I was made in Germany in 1984. Probably 9 months before that, but I was born in 1984, and I was kicked out of high school, had to repeat a year, probably held the unofficial world record of how many dustbins and trash cans you can knock over on your way to school when you're driving. And then one day when I turned 18, I got my first car, where I, as mentioned, kind of took my lifestyle to my driving style. And one day I wasn't so lucky anymore. And I crashed into 4 parked cars, all cars completely destroyed, including my own. And I won't forget the policeman who came to, the scene and who was like, oh my God, he's still alive. And, this idea that I was supposed to be dead, that stuck with me. And I asked myself all these weird questions, if I would have died, who would have come to my funeral? Who would have actually cared? Was it all worth it? And at that point, I had mostly depressing answers. And so it took me on this intense search for meaning, thinking about, okay, how can I use this new lease on life in a way and really do something with it? And I started reading this wonderful book, highly recommended for the times we live in, Viktor Frankl's Man's Search for Meaning, which is all about how do we find meaning in the toughest of circumstances. And, I realized what I enjoy doing the most is connecting ideas, connecting people, and the spark that comes from that. And so it took me on a journey as community builder, as entrepreneur, as social entrepreneur, and then later into academia. And what I found fascinating on this journey is that the most successful, purpose-driven, impactful people, they seem to have something in common, which is that they somehow intuitively cultivate serendipity. They're extremely good at somehow creating this unexpected good luck. And so I got really fascinated by the question, is there a science behind this? Is there a science-based framework for cultivating this unexpected good luck? And what can we learn from those people who see a little bit more in unexpected moments and then do something with it? And so that's really what I'd love to talk about today. Why is this important? Well, Tom Lindenbarger, the CEO of Comment, said it beautifully, that cultivating serendipity is an approach to leadership that is active. It's an active approach to leadership in times of uncertainty. And so, the relevance here, I'm German, right? So I love planning. And so we all, I guess, love making business plans and, grand proposals and all these different things we're mapping out. And then real life happens, right? And it's the actual experience is a little bit more like a squiggle. And so the question becomes, right, how do we use those different unexpected turning points to our advantage? How do we make the best of those unexpected moments so that pivoting essentially becomes part of our plan rather than something that completely kind of takes us off our feet and makes us extremely anxious about. And so, expect the unexpected is really the kind of key premise of the talk today. We probably all, or a lot of us, go through, uncertainty and transitions at the moment, so especially when you're scaling up, of course, that's one of those kind of periods where, there's so much tension and friction at every corner. So there's a lot of uncertainty. A lot of innovations come out of unexpected moments, right? Viagra, penicillin, all those different innovations. And of course, societal and environmental problems are nowadays so complex that we can't just map them out in advance. And so impact is extremely hard to map out in advance. And a lot of times we have to have a certain idea of where we're going, but then the most interesting solutions emerge unexpectedly. And that's, of course, also the same for relationships, right? The way we find love a lot of times, the way we find new clients and things like this. And so the point really is that our lives are often shaped by the unexpected. And so we need this life skill that allows us to turn the unexpected from a threat into a potential ally. To make sure we're on the same page, here's a couple of examples of serendipity, this unexpected good luck that's based on our own actions. One example here. Any ideas what this might be? If you can please put in the chat, any ideas what you think this might be? Yeah, washing machine, chicken fryer. So this is a sweet potato washing machine. And so a couple of years ago, a company in China, they received calls from farmers. And the farmers told them, your crappy washing machine is always breaking down. Why is the washing machine breaking down? Well, we're trying to wash our potatoes in it, and it doesn't seem to work. What would we usually do? We'd probably say, well, that's not part of our marketing plan. Our plan says that customers should wash their potatoes somewhere else, and they should use the washing machine for clothes. Now, this company did the opposite. They said, you know what? That's unexpected. But there's probably a lot of farmers in the world who have a similar problem. So why don't we build in a dirt filter and make it a potato washing machine? And that's how the potato washing machine became one of their key products. Here's an example of solar panels, where a company essentially did something called a project funeral or a post-mortem, where they had a project manager lay to rest an idea that didn't work out. And they reflected on, hey, what can we learn from this? And they laid it to rest in front of people from other divisions across different silos. And they said, you know what? Here's an amazing technology, window glass that doesn't reflect the light. But, we learned that the technology is amazing, but the market is not big enough. So we're laying it to rest here. Now, someone in the audience goes like, hey, have you considered what this could mean for solar? Have you considered if you take that technology into a solar context, how much energy that could absorb? And that is how coincidentally part of their solar division emerged. Those kind of practices we'll talk about later on, how we can cultivate that serendipity in organizations by having those kind of different practices. Any ideas what this might be here on the right? Any ideas? It's usually a good sign if not. So this is a couple of years ago, a company, a couple of researchers gave people medications during a trial against angina pectoris, the heart pain. And they realized that there was some sort of, movement in male participants' trousers, and they didn't want to give their medications back. And so they inquired, why do you not want to give them back? And they realized that the sex lives of those participants had improved exponentially. And so, what would we usually do? We'll probably say, oh my God, that's embarrassing. Let's not even talk about it. Let's ignore it, or let's find a better way to, do something against angina pectoris that doesn't involve that kind of side effect. Those researchers did the opposite. They said, you know what, that's unexpected, but there's probably a lot of men in the world who have a problem in this department. So why don't we develop a product around this? Now, there's hundreds and hundreds of examples like this that we've been mapping over the last years, right? How people meet the love of their life in coffee shops, to how companies develop products, to how startup entrepreneurs pivot and develop their next big thing. But what they all have in common is that they're very different from blind luck. Blind luck is this luck that just happens to us, right? It's kind of being born into a loving family, things like this, that we can't really influence. Serendipity is active luck. It's the luck we create ourselves, and it's a process. All these examples have in common that there's always some sort of, serendipity trigger that happens, right? So there's farmers calling up and saying, your crappy washing machine is breaking down. There's man not giving back a medication. There is, someone laying a technology to rest, and something that is kind of like, there that potentially triggers serendipity, but then we have to do something with it. We have to imbue meaning in that moment. We have to connect the dots to something that's meaningful, to something that's relevant. And then also we have to have the tenacity to actually go through with it. The beautiful thing is that once we look at serendipity, unexpected good luck that's based on our own actions, as a process, then we can start to influence it. We can either learn how to see serendipity triggers better, or even sometimes create them. And we'll talk about how we can create more meaningful accidents. We can learn how to connect the dots better, and we can develop the grit and the tenacity to actually go through with it. It's not enough, right, to just have the idea for a potato washing machine. You actually then have to turn it into a product. And so a lot of serendipitous ideas take a very long incubation time until it actually happens. Now, the reason I asked you at the beginning, do you consider yourself to be lucky, is that there's a lot of research around the idea that the way you look at the world, the way you frame the world, a lot of times has a huge impact on how your life actually will unfold. And so in this one example, in this experiment that I want to share with you, but that's only the kind of most entertaining one. I'm sure there's, or I know there's a lot of other experiments that are very similar, have very similar results. But in this example here, they took people who self-identify as very lucky. So people who say, good things tend to happen to me and so on. And people who consider themselves to be very unlucky. So people who say, bad things tend to happen to me, I'm always in accidents and so on. And we probably all know people on this continuum between kind of lucky and unlucky, and we might have veered from one to the other in different stages of our life. But so they pick one of each and they say, walk down the street, go into a coffee shop, grab a coffee, sit down, and then we'll have our conversation. What they don't tell them is that there's hidden cameras alongside the street and inside the coffee shop. There's a £5 note in front of the coffee shop door, so money in front of the coffee shop door. And inside the coffee shop, there's one empty seat next to this extremely successful businessman who can make big dreams happen. Now, the lucky person walks down the street, sees the £5 note, picks it up, goes inside the shop, orders a coffee, sits next to the businessman. They have a conversation, they exchange business cards, and potentially an opportunity comes of it. The unlucky person walks down the street, steps over the £5 note, so doesn't see it, goes inside the shop, orders a coffee, sits next to the businessman, ignores the businessman, and that's it. Now, at the end of the day, they ask both people, how was your day today? And so the lucky person says, well, it was amazing. I found money in the street, made a new friend, and, potentially an opportunity coming of it. The unlucky person just says, well, nothing really happened. And you'll see that a lot, right? In teams, you see that a lot in couples when they go to exactly the same event, exactly the same kind of situation that they face. One tends to be a little bit more lucky than the other. One tends to have a little bit more serendipity than the other. And so the big question then, of course, is how do we create more of this? And this is really what I want to focus on today. By the way, there's a lot of hope for closet introverts like myself that, a lot of times serendipity doesn't only come from talking with a business person, right? It comes from opening our eyes to the positively unexpected. We do that to the negatively unexpected, right? When we cross the street and there's a green light, we might still look left and right because we know that sometimes unexpectedly someone crosses the street, some car kind of, just runs the light. So why don't we do that with the positively unexpected, that we open our eyes to it, being it the money in the street, being it taking another road to work and just keeping our eyes open, that the book in the bookstore might actually be our next idea for a movie that we want to produce, or you name it. The point is that a lot of times serendipity also comes from quiet sources. It comes from calm sources, like reading a book and then thinking, oh my God, this could be our next product, and so on. Now, how can we study this? I won't bore you with the details there. A lot of our work is qualitative work where we look over time. So we would, for example, go into a company incubator and we would look at, hey, entrepreneurs who bumped into someone unexpectedly, what do they do with it? Like, how does that develop over time? What do they turn into? Do they turn that into some kind of impact or some kind of outcome? And there's also counterfactuals, right? You can see what could have happened. Depending on what they actually did versus what options they had, you can understand what their agency was. And of course, there's those kind of experiments where we can learn a lot from. So there's a lot of fun PhDs to be done in this area, those of you who are on the more nerdy side of this. But so, of course, there's a lot of constraints, right? So one is objective constraints. A lot of my work is in context of extreme poverty, especially, for example, in some parts of Kenya and Kibera, in Cape Flats and Cape Town, where a lot of times there are objective constraints that hold people back from having more serendipity. And so, of course, the starting positions, right? Someone who's running an amazing incubator in Alberta will most likely have more serendipity than a social entrepreneur in Kinshasa, just by the setup of their space and the kind of environment that is around them. And I think that's the amazing opportunity, by the way, for people in this room who are ecosystem builders. And I think kudos to Alberta Innovates and others who are really building those kind of incubation spaces for serendipity that in a way also hopefully kind of then level the playing field for those who are not born into the kind of more privileged positions of having more access to potential serendipity. The exciting thing, though, is that across different contexts, from the Cape Flats and Cape Town to the CEOs of large companies, you see that those with a mindset that cultivate serendipity, you find them everywhere in the toughest of contexts to those kind of leadership positions. And that's really what I want to focus on today. That while we have to build spaces, we also have to think about what is our mindset that we can develop and how can we help people develop that kind of mindset. And one of the key things, of course, that holds us back might be our self-limiting beliefs. Those of you who feel like it, if you can please put into the chat, who of you has some sort of imposter syndrome? fear of rejection, and I'm including myself there, right? I mean, usually when I'm in a room of superb people like yourselves, and I ask people, who of you has imposter syndrome here? 60-70% of the room put up their hands, right? Imposter syndrome, fear of rejection, that's something most of us share, but we don't talk a lot about it. And if we don't talk a lot about it, then we can't really help each other that much with it. So kind of that's a lot of times, right, where you have moments in that meeting, right, where you have that unexpected idea and you don't bring it up because you don't feel ready, you don't feel worthy, you don't feel it's mature enough, yada, yada. Or at a conference, right, you bump into this amazing speaker unexpectedly, and then you don't talk with them because you don't want to bother them. You don't want to invade their space. You don't want to X, Y, Z. And so in a way, as long as it's unobtrusive, that's in a way where serendipity could have happened, but it didn't, right? Because we held ourselves back from making that potential serendipity happen. And so the first step a lot of times is really to think about, what are my self-limiting beliefs? Is it imposter syndrome, fear of rejection, or so on? And how can I work on that? So in my case, for example, what I found extremely useful is to think about, I always thought the worst thing that can happen in those situations, right? Unexpectedly running into an amazing person, your potential co-founder, your potential love of your life, or having this amazing idea in a meeting. I always thought the worst thing that can happen is the sting of rejection, right? That someone says, I don't have time for you, this is a bad idea, X, Y, Z. And then I realized, no, that's not the worst thing that can happen. The worst thing that can happen is that you walk outside not having brought it up, and then that feeling of regret, that feeling of kind of, oh, what could have happened had I spoken to the person, had I brought up the idea? And so it's really kind of that reframing away from what's the worst thing that can happen if I do it, to what's the worst thing that will happen if I don't do it. And that kind of like a lot of times kind of, shapes in a way or reshapes our definition of what's the risk actually here that I'm facing. And, as Mark Twain used to say, on our deathbed, most likely we'll regret the things we haven't done rather than the things we have done. And so it's really kind of having a bias for action that speaks from that. So what's holding us back? Lots of biases, right? By the way, just as a fun side note, if you can put in the chat, and thank you for mentioning, I see a couple of people mentioned, right, imposter syndrome and so on. Thank you for sharing. I think, again, the one way to build meaningful communities is that people, in a way, share the things that they are most excited about, but also the things that are holding them back and that we can really help them. And so that makes, in a way, a good community. So I'm delighted that you're kind of, starting to help connect the dots with each other. One last thing I wanted to do about the biases and then really dive into the practices. And by the way, whenever you have questions, I'd love to directly integrate them. So please do put them in the chat, and then we'll try to kind of, I'll try to directly build them into the presentation as much as I can. One other thing I wanted to ask you around biases is, what do you think is the probability that two people in a room of 23 people have the same birthday, so celebrate on the same day? Is it 5%, 10%, 20%? If you want to put that in the chat, so what's the probability of two people in a room of 23 people that they celebrate the same birthday? And I see, so obviously we usually would assume it's relatively low, right? Because we would say, okay, 23 people, 365 days in the year, we divide that by each other, and we have a very low probability. But flabbergastingly so, the probability is 50%, 50. And then when you have a room of 70, 80, 90 people, the probability is 99.99999%. So in the room we're in now, it is, completely improbable that we wouldn't have two people have the same birthday. In fact, in a room of 70, 80 people, I usually have 4, 5, 6 birthday pairs, people who have birthdays with each other. Why is that the case? It's very similar to how we approach life, right? We approach life with this linear idea of, we know the variables, and then we just kind of step by step go ahead. But life, like this function, is exponential, right? So if Stacy has, let's say, 99 people in a room of 100 people that could have her birthday, then the next person still has 98 people. The next person still has 97 people. And so there's all these potential connections between people that are so exponentially many that it becomes extremely likely that something like this happens. And I see that some people guessed, like Gordon, Mariam, kudos for guessing those kind of high probabilities, which is kind of very close to the truth. Those of you who are interested in this is the birthday paradox. There's kind of like a mathematical function. But the long story short is that because life has so many complexities and so many interactions between different variables, it is impossible to plan out our impact for the next 10 years, 5 years, 3 years. And so what that means is, and what we've seen in our work, especially with leading companies, is that their CEOs and their leaders are extremely good at saying, let's have a certain sense of direction. So if I'm MasterCard, let's bring 500 million people into the financial system who were previously unbanked. So I give you a sense of direction. Here's a strategy that tries to predict how we can do that. Here's a couple of ways of how we can do that. But I, the CEO, tell you already now that we will adjust the strategy based on your information coming in. And that's not a weakness. That is part of our plan. And so what that does is you have much more honest conversations. Now, when you're the entrepreneur pitching to a funder, right? You're not coming in and pretending I planned this, then I did exactly this, and now we're doing exactly this based on whatever your grant tells us. That's kind of a lot of times, right? You're missing the real impact you can have, or you don't have a truthful conversation. But once you actually give the vocabulary and say, you know what, as long as you have an idea where you're going, and we have an accountability plan here that tells us where you're going, if you build in unexpected information that makes it even better how you achieve that, if the solution changes, but in the end, you're still solving the problem, that actually might be the sign of an even more effective solution. I'm very excited at the moment, in our conversations with funders and with foundations and others, to really rethink how we structure things like grants in a way that get away from this idea that you can map everything out and that you only hold people accountable based on exact outcomes that they promise you, versus the kind of learning curve and that idea of we're actually even more effective here in terms of our impact that we're having. So long story short, one way to do that we've seen is that people have a certain idea of where they're going, a certain North Star, then they make a plan, but then also they build in, okay, here is where we change the plan because there's something even more exciting here. And that's not a weakness, but that's essentially we created a mindset and a culture that allows us to cultivate serendipity. That's, by the way, something I've seen a lot with CEOs, right? They want to go into a boardroom and they want to say, I portray authority, I portray full control. But that's an illusion of control, right? And everyone knows that in that room. So a more truthful conversation is, this was my plan. Then I created a culture and a mindset like this. We had a plan and then we adjusted the plan. And that's a great thing because that in a way allowed us to really get good at this. So what are a couple of practices that help us to have more serendipity in our lives? One of my absolute favorites is the hook strategy. And the hook strategy is all about this idea that you use every memorable or every conversation, every interaction at every event, but also with your teams and everyone else, to cast a couple of hooks, to bring a couple of talking points into the conversations where other people could connect the dots for you. So someone who does that really well is, oh, by the way, thank you for sharing, Jasper, that Jasper said we found 2 people in the chat that have July 7th as their birthday already. So I'm sure if everyone would put their birthday, you will see there's a lot of overlaps and you probably have a lot of birthday pairs. If you do that, please do send each other birthday cards and congratulate each other. But thank you for sharing, Jasper. But so the hook strategy is really, someone who does that really well is Ollie Barrett, who's an entrepreneur in London. And if you would ask Ollie this dreaded, what do you do question, right? That we get at every conference, at every event, he wouldn't just say, I'm a technology entrepreneur. He would say something like, I'm an education entrepreneur, recently started reading into the philosophy of science, but what I'm really excited about is playing the piano. And so what he's doing here is he's giving you 3 potential hooks, 3 potential touch points where you could be like, oh my God, such a coincidence. We're hosting piano sessions. You should stop by. Oh my God, such a coincidence. My sister is teaching on the philosophy of science. You should give a guest lecture. And so the point is we can bring into every conversation a couple of things that are interesting to us at the moment. I'm an entrepreneur and I am currently thinking about expanding to Mexico. Whatever it is, we can build that into conversations. And it's amazing how quickly and how unexpectedly people have connections that can really help us. I had that a couple of weeks ago at a conference, where it was with gaming companies. And I had a gaming company person the next week follow up and say, hey, I used the hooks. And instead of now saying, I'm a gaming entrepreneur and leave it at this, he said something like, I'm a gaming entrepreneur, but at the moment, I'm really excited about black holes and exploring the metaverse. And he said, well, I met someone who then said, oh my God, such a coincidence. I just kind of started, got super excited about black holes. They nerded out for an hour about black holes, created a really good relationship. And at the end, the person says, well, hey, I'm a VC, by the way. I would love to invest into you. I love you. I love kind of like your energy. Tell me what you're doing and we'll make something happen. And so the point here is that at the end of the day, the indirect approach of building a meaningful relationship first based on what we're really interested in actually then makes it also more likely a lot of times that we actually then also make whatever transactional thing we're interested in versus just pitching someone and then kind of being, oh, one of those people who's just pitching me. And so I found that in my own life also one of the most effective ways to really build meaningful relationships, to just cast a couple of hooks from time to time and think about that in advance of the event. Like, what are some things I'm curious about? In my case, it's a lot about, I just became a parent, for example. So I'm literally putting that into every conversation. And then last session, for example, someone shared a parenting homepage, and it was a beautiful kind of addition of learning about it. Another approach is really the way we ask questions, right? Do we ask questions like, what do you do? Or do we ask questions like, let's say you're at an event and someone just gave a presentation, and you then ask the person next to you, well, what inspired you the most about the presentation? Or what brought you here? Or what are you exploring at the moment? Anything that somehow allows you to understand what the person is about versus the kind of box that they're being put in, and that in a way probably is one of the least exciting parts about them. Here is the other strategy I mentioned earlier, really combining the plan with an openness to the unexpected. Again, as a German, I love planning. So it's really not about abolishing planning. Business plans are extremely important, right? Because they give us a certain idea of where we're going. They give us a means to negotiate with our co-founders and investors and others to understand where we're going. So it's extremely important. But seeing it as an emerging story rather than something that's in stone is really something that differentiates a lot of the kind of successful entrepreneurs we've looked at versus the not so successful ones. Other practices are really related to core values. A lot of companies and funders always talk about values, right? So they're like, oh yeah, we have these 5 values here: playfulness and creativity and innovation. And then you go into the office on Monday morning and you don't really feel it, right? You don't really have the translation into the day-to-day. And so I'm a big fan of really doing the Monday morning test and like really saying, how do we really translate what we're talking about into the day-to-day? And so in the case of creativity and serendipity, I'm a huge fan, for example, to build into the weekly meeting questions such as, what surprised you last week? And if you ask your team what surprised you last week, they might say something like, well, it really surprised me that farmers used our product differently, or that someone else used our product completely differently than we thought. And what you're doing then is you're legitimizing the idea that the unexpected becomes part of your plan, but also then people feel they don't have to hide when they have new ideas. And so you're in a way building that kind of psychological safety that allows people to excel. An example of this, who has done that really well, is Pixar, right? This kind of a company that had produced movies like Finding Nemo and so on. And they did things like, when the founding CEO would come in and kind of people sit down for the meeting, he would say something like, at the beginning, all of our movies start as bad ideas, and now we'll discuss about new ideas. And so what he's doing here is he's giving people a license to not have the perfect idea, to have the kind of imposter say, okay, I have the license now to actually talk about it. And so it's really kind of moving away from this kind of perfectionism to excellence, to really saying, we always want to be excellent. We always want to create the most excellent work, but we also know that we're all human, so we're all fallible. And so that actually is an opportunity if we can help each other with those experiments that didn't work, like the solar panels that I mentioned earlier. Another thing, especially in the more virtual world that we're living in at the moment, is really leveraging technology and space design. I mean, a lot of you, I think, seem to run kind of co-working spaces or different types of spaces. And I'm a huge fan of really thinking about how do you allocate different types of spaces that you have in ways so that you allow people to have more serendipity happen. So for example, one of the incubators that we studied, they were extremely good at saying, when we built the coffee shop, the queue will always go towards the door. So when you enter the co-working space, you have to walk past the queue so that you will always bump into someone who then introduces you to someone else. And so it's kind of this beautiful thing where people interconnect with those people they don't know yet because others introduce them who they bump into serendipitously. So same with how do we allocate sofas and couches in ways so that people walk by them so that we can always connect and so on. At the same time, it's also for deep work, of course, we want to have spaces where people can focus. So really kind of also having productivity spaces where people don't bump into others so that they have the space to focus. There's a lot of new research that shows that coders, for example, become extremely unproductive if you have too much interaction. So really giving them space to do deep work being extremely important at the same time. But then virtually, of course, it becomes really interesting, right? How do we replicate those water cooler moments, these kind of unexpected bumping into the boss of the boss and then having your life change or bumping into the investor. And so I'm a big fan of coffee trials, where the idea is that across a company or an ecosystem or an incubator community, people get randomly matched for a quick coffee. And that can be kind of based on, a quick prompt like, what's your problem at the moment? How can I help you with it? Or something like this. And then they get randomly matched for a quick kind of Zoom coffee, and then really talk about it. And what it does, especially in larger organizations, is it kind of helps people to bridge those different silos and to connect, but also among different entrepreneurs, it's a beautiful way to have them talk with each other. As I mentioned, for funders, I think it's really interesting to think about things such as semi-structured approaches. So to say, this is what we need from you. We want you to be accountable. And at the same time, we acknowledge that, the most successful founders will most likely pivot a little and will most likely find an even more effective approach. And so we have to give them the breathing space to do that. Otherwise, they will work on a solution that is less effective. And that's probably not really helping anyone. I mentioned the idea of leveling the playing field. How do we develop the opportunity spaces for others? So if we give an entrepreneur a scholarship, for example, to go into a program and they don't have to pay for it, how do we also make sure that they have mentors and so on that in a way create a similar opportunity space than the privileged kid that comes in and whose family has all these connections? So really thinking about the holistic opportunity space that helps them to create more serendipity. One of the kind of hard learnings that came from our learning journey as community builders was especially kind of that idea of how to make sure that we speak the language of the people that we work with. Something big like the Sustainable Development Goals, it doesn't mean anything to a farmer somewhere in Kenya. And so really kind of thinking about what is the language of the farmer in Kenya versus the language of, the conversations we usually have, and then really translating this and really kind of making sure that we have a similar understanding of it. As Mandela said, right, that the way to someone's heart is through their own language, not through our language. And one thing that I found extremely fascinating is very small things, right? Like showing respect. There's a fantastic organization in the Cape Flats in Cape Town called Reconstructed Living Labs. And, it's a really rough, kind of tough community where they live. And it's essentially former drug dealers, former drug addicts who set up an amazing organization that does low-cost education. And so the idea is, things like 10 steps to use social media to build a business, things like this. And then they go into other communities. And instead of asking, what do you need? They ask, what's already here? How can we make the best of it? They look at a former drug dealer and they say, fantastic. That person probably has a lot of social capital. That person will be very creative. And if we can turn them into a teacher, we can turn the local community around. They look at an old garage, they see a potential training center. And it's really this kind of approach that I've been very fascinated by. And they do very small things, like, for example, having fresh coffee in their local community spaces. And what that does is it shows people respect that, hey, you're not just the kind of former drug user who now is here and like you're a liability. No, you're a well-respected person. You're coming in here and I'm making fresh coffee for you. And so it's those kind of small, subtle messages that really kind of, especially in tougher contexts, give people the feeling of dignity and hope and really kind of removes those constraints. And so that's really what I want to wrap up with this part, which is this idea of reframing organizations. I will never forget, around 10 years ago, I went to the first time to the Cape Flats in Cape Town, where I've been working with this superb organization. And I asked them, what is the one question I, as the person coming into your context, should never ask you, that all these Western do-gooders ask you when they come here? And they said, well, never ask us as a first question, what do you need? Because if you ask me as a first question, what do you need? You put me to the role of the beneficiary, the victim, the person who needs your benevolence. But if you come in here and say, what's already here? How can we make the best of it? You can still think about resourcing, but we're starting on the same kind of like symmetrical level of respecting each other. And so to me, there was a big switch towards saying, okay, how do we first understand the assets of a community and then build on those assets rather than looking at people and resources as a liability in those kind of tougher contexts. This is the organization, Reconstructed Living Labs. The tagline is making hope contagious, which is exactly what they do in a way with their approach. And so highly recommended also to take a look at them. But so what they do implicitly, explicitly, to wrap this up, is to really kind of get away from this whole idea of, we first have to fulfill no one needs, like this whole Maslow idea, right? Who of you came across this? Anyone in the room? If you want to put Maslow, anyone, right? I don't know why that is still being taught at scale, but the kind of Maslow hierarchy, of course, being we first fulfill lower needs, right? Physiological, safety, social needs. And then later, when we still have time, then we do the things we're really excited about. Then we kind of do the fulfilling things. So you first do well, then you do good, right? You climb the ladder. Bill Gates first set up Microsoft, then a foundation. First do well, then do good. And then, of course, nowadays, Wi-Fi and battery kind of being at the absolute core of the needs. But the fascinating thing is that organizations like our labs show us that it's just not enough to go into a context like this. If you want to have a real impact and you just focus on lower needs, people don't feel dignified. If you are the World Bank and you come in and you say, here's a check, like that kind of sustains your family, as a parent, you feel you failed, right? Versus if you have the feeling you can create your own luck, you can create your own opportunity, and the World Bank helps you to get that job and work on that job or whatever it is, then actually you can fulfill all these things at the same time. And that's really kind of shifting away from the climb the ladder and focus, especially with less privileged people, on the lower needs. No, like we got to focus on those at the same time. Otherwise, we have all those mental health questions that become really strong if you don't feel a deeper sense of meaning, a deeper feeling of belonging, and most importantly, the kind of deeper idea of meaning in the moment. And that really comes back to Viktor Frankl and what I want to wrap up with, that now we kind of took a tour de force in a way, from the idea that there is a lot of unexpected things happening. Here's what serendipity is. Here's a couple of practices what we can do. Here's why this is also important, and especially important in contexts where people are less privileged, because it can potentially give people dignity to be able to create their own luck. And we as support organizations can help people to create that luck locally by the kind of social support systems that we create. And long story short is serendipity and the resulting innovation impact doesn't fall from the sky. It's something that we have to create ourselves. But so essentially, the long story short is this all comes back to my philosophical roots in Heidelberg, where Goethe wrote a lot of his poems. And he used to say that if you take someone as they are, you make them worse. But if you take them as what they could be, you make them capable of becoming what they can be. And that's what serendipity is all about. Serendipity is about potentiality. It's about what could be. And I think the amazing, amazing opportunity for everyone in this room, being it as an entrepreneur, social entrepreneur, as a funder, as an ecosystem builder, is that we can help people become who they can potentially become, on their own journey, at their own pace, and really kind of then help them cultivate this serendipity that so many times not only leads to all these amazing outcomes, but also to that joy and that meaning that I think we're all longing for as an anchor in a world that has become so fight or flight. And so with this, thank you so much. I think we have time for a couple of questions, and looking forward to keeping in touch, and thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bush. And I think I just scored a great potato washer for a Black Friday deal. So really looking forward for that delivery. And I know you're joining us from Heidelberg, Germany today, a beautiful location. So thank you so much for your time. We do have a couple of questions. We got this one from, this is from John. How do you foster a culture of serendipity in, large traditional corporations?
Yeah, it's a great question, because a lot of times, in those kind of organizations, of course, there's a lot of resistance to change, right? There's a lot of resistance to doing things differently. There's politics. There's all these different dynamics that potentially can kill serendipity. I don't know who of you watches Suits, the Netflix show, but those of you who watch Suits, to me, that's always a nice example where if you picture the two protagonists, right? Harvey Specter and Louis Litt, they're these kind of high-powered lawyers, and they're fighting to the nails. And that's kind of in a way the culture that you have a lot of in a lot of organizations, right? There's hyper-competitive, like, I want to get better than you and so on. But whenever it comes to their mentee, Mike, whenever they kind of want to get him out of trouble, then they're the best collaborators you can imagine. Then they create serendipity en masse. They see unexpected solutions to things. They connect the dots. They make it happen. And so it's really this kind of idea of having a mutual purpose, having a mutual idea of where we're going, that a lot of times then kind of gets people over this, here's something that is only my own territory. Of course, that's easier said than done, right? So a lot of our work, for example, is around purpose-driven leadership. And that's kind of really around saying, how do you, as an organization, develop a culture that gets away from this hyper-competitiveness to a collaborative one, where people actually have an incentive to help each other out. So one way to do that, of course, is how do we structure our incentive system? Do we have the incentive system being focused on individual incentives? And, yes, we're all talking about collaboration, but at the end of the day, it's all about your sales. It's all about what you as an individual did. Or do we really kind of have factors in there where, people in your team essentially maybe then also say, well, this is how they helped me get sales, or this is how XYZ thing, had some kind of collaborative impact. So first is really the incentive question. Second, I think, is really how do you build that kind of softer part of the culture around, having more practices ingrained in the day-to-day. There, I'm a really big fan of telling stories of people who supported others. As long as it's kind of not too artificial. So for example, thanking people and saying, hey, I saw that, Petra last week really helped Mike develop this thing, which is so amazing. We'll put it in the newsletter and we'll give you a big bonus for it. And really kind of by legitimizing, by highlighting, by celebrating those collaborative efforts, what you're doing is you make it cool to be more collaborative, versus if you're just celebrating the kind of overachievers, you have the opposite. It's like in a good football team, right? In a good soccer team, you have a lot of people who are equal versus one or two absolute superstars who then, at the end of the day, probably make the whole team dynamic a little bit awry. So long story short, I think there's the kind of structural elements around incentives, around kind of how we plan. And then there's the kind of more cultural elements around how we inspire people, how we role model, how we showcase, and so on.
All right, we've got another question. How do you personally gauge and rate the most promising connections or opportunities on the go during these coffee chats?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think one thing that I found extremely useful for myself is to really almost have kind of like a serendipity journal, or just like a sheet where you write down what is truly meaningful to me at the moment. So if I'm an entrepreneur who is helping kids get a great education, and at the moment I'm really trying to get into more schools in Alberta, or I kind of really want to work with the government on this, what could be hooks that I can just kind of seed into the conversation when that person says, what's your problem at the moment, for example, or even if they don't ask that prompt, if they just ask what are you up to at the moment, right? Instead of saying, oh, I'm sitting here in Calgary and the weather is so and so, and XYZ, things that are nice to bond, right? But it's kind of not really potentially giving any dots that you can connect too much. But if you directly start then saying, hey, I'm sitting here in Calgary, and I just came from a meeting where we're thinking about how we can take our education solution into XYZ, and that's what I'm really excited about. But also I'm trying to figure that out. Anyways, now I'm here and I'm so excited to speak with you. It's kind of really bringing those side sentences in where then the person can pick whatever they're most interested in, and vice versa, I think, with the questions, right? To really kind of ask questions that allow you to really understand what the other person needs at this point versus the kind of symptom that they might tell you, right? They might tell you, oh, I'm so busy at the moment. Well, everyone's busy, right? But if you kind of dive a little bit deeper with a couple of whys ideally or so, then a lot of times that kind of gives us the opportunity to, I think, really help them solve a problem. And I found it extremely useful, just as a last idea there, to always think about whenever someone tells us something, is there one connection I can make? So one introduction or one idea that I can contribute, and that kind of trains our mind, right? That's kind of neuroplasticity, where the brain literally shapes itself to then see all those overlaps. And so we can very consciously do that. And the more we do that, the more we start connecting the dots. And then also people love connecting the dots for us more, because they feel, well, it's a almost karmic thing.
All right, we've got this one. How does an impact entrepreneur concept fit into the serendipity model?
Yeah, well, it's something. So my kind of past, was around kind of social entrepreneur and impact organizations, and so that's actually where this work comes from. That I've seen in a lot of contexts where you try to create impact, a lot of times local communities know best. And so if you come with a certain idea and you're saying, I know how to help you, a lot of times actually you might have unintended consequences, and your solution might have not only not the impact you think it has, but might even have a negative impact in the long run. Versus if you go in and kind of have that mindset of, you know what, I believe that there will be unexpected things coming out of the community that can become part of how we will design our solution, then actually you're creating the really impactful thing. And so the long story short really is, when we did our work, especially with purpose-driven leaders, what popped up is that they're extremely good at cultivating this serendipity, because it's at the core of their work to say, yes, we're trying to be as good as we can in terms of our own brainstorming, but then usually unexpectedly the most interesting solutions emerge serendipitously. So.
All right, I think we have time for one more. This is from Peter. A lot of this applies to knowledge workers and virtual technology. How would you match this with a company that has manual, hands-on jobs that are often based on how much or how fast you can get things done?
Yeah. Well, it's really interesting, right? That a lot of times we might think there's kind of like, in a way, a trade-off, right, between efficiency and serendipity, or because I think a lot of times we associate serendipity mostly with innovation and inventions, right, where a lot of the kind of nice things and good things come. But actually, a lot of times it's also about finding a more efficient solution. It might be that you're an accountant and you, and not that accountants are not innovative, right? But like, imagine you are the kind of accountant, and you know your job description usually is be as efficient as possible, get as many kind of balance sheet kind of calculations out of the way and whatever. But if you're really good at dot connecting, you might actually realize when you're watching a science fiction movie about like an interesting calculation they did on the spaceship, oh my God, I can use this in our own work and it will make our work so much more efficient to do that. And so the point here is that actually, especially in settings where we might assume that serendipity is not important, out of necessity, it becomes a lot of times important because we have to improve how we become more efficient in a world that is changing so fast. And so I'm very excited, especially about those areas, actually.
Awesome. Thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
All right. Yes, Auf Wiedersehen. Dr. Bush has graciously brought, let me just grab the book here. He's brought more than a dozen books to give away. So winners are going to be chosen at random, digitally generated. So you have a great opportunity to win one of these books. The names of the book winners will be mentioned in the chat. So keep an eye out for that. Now, time for some fantastic music. Dean Lonsdale is a singer-songwriter who has enjoyed success on mainstream radio stations across Canada. His music is appreciated both in the mainstream and also in the gritty underground circles. He's played along with Alan Doyle from Great Big Sea. That's a familiar name, but he is a fantastic musician all on his own. We are glad to have him here today. It's a little early for a gig, let me tell you, but he's here and he sounds great. Here is Dean Lonsdale.
Hello. It's a beautiful day. The heart is a bloom, shoots up through the stony ground. There's no room, no space to rent in this town. You're out of luck, and the reason that you had to care, traffic is stuck, but you're not moving anywhere. You thought you'd found a friend to take you out of this place, someone you could lend a hand in return for grace. It was a beautiful day. Sky falls, you feel like it's a beautiful day. Don't let it get away. You're on the road. You got no destination. You're in the mud, in the maze of her imagination. You love this town, even if that doesn't ring true. You've been all over, and it's been all over you. It was a beautiful day. Don't let it get away. A beautiful day. Ooh, ooh, ooh. See the world in green and blue. See the China right in front of you. See the canyons broken by cloud. See the tuna fleet clearing the sea out. See the bedouin fires at night. See the oil fields at first light. Well, see the bird with the leaf in her mouth. After the flood, all the colors came out. It was a beautiful day. Don't let it get away. A beautiful day. Ooh, 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 ooh. Touch me and take me to that other place. Teach me. You know I'm not a hopeless case. What you don't have, you don't need it now. What you don't have, you can't somehow what you don't have. You don't need it now. Don't need it now. It was a beautiful day. Don't let it get away. A beautiful day. Ooh, 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 ooh.
floor, shaking mommy. Check, baby, 1, 2, 3, 4. Check, baby, 1, 2, 3.
Here we go, yo. Here we go, yo. So what's the scenario?
Here come the hot stepper. I'm the lyrical gangster. Big up the crew in the area. Still love it like that. Da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da.
Thanks so much, Dean and DJ Min2. How many were singing along? I definitely was. Loved George Michael at 9:30 in the morning. We are now going to turn to Are We Making a Difference panel. Over the next few minutes, we're going to explore whether innovation is making a real-world difference for people. We have 3 panelists from all around the world. We are so lucky to have them join us today. They're going to draw from their own experience and lessons, and there's going to be a Q&A after this session, so make sure that you get those in so our moderator can ask those questions today. The moderator for this panel is Jonathan Grant, Director of Different Angles. That is a firm that focuses on the social impact of universities and research. He also released a book last year, The New Power University, The Social Purpose of Higher Education in the 21st Century. And we're going to be giving some of those books away after this, so stay tuned. Here is Jonathan Grant joining us from the UK this morning. Hi, Jonathan.
Thank you very much, Stacey, and nice to be with you all. Some very funky music to end my Tuesday afternoon, but I guess for those of you in Canada, that woke you up to a degree. Absolutely delighted to be joining you, and to be joining you with a outstanding and highly qualified set of panelists who I'll introduce in a moment. The subject of this session is to very much look about impact, but in the context of innovation, and to explore the idea about whether we are really making a difference through innovation, how we measure that, and critically, when we're making that difference, who is benefiting from that, which sections of society are benefiting from the innovation we're undertaking. So we're going to explore that topic in some depth over the next 40 minutes, but we'd very much encourage you to pose your questions to the panel. So I've got a couple of questions I'll set up at the outset to tee up a conversation, but after that, very much hope we can have an interactive conversation and explore some of the challenges, because there's some real challenges in understanding how we're making a difference and what we do with that information. So that's what we're going to do. What I want to do now is just briefly introduce our 3 panelists. We have Jeff Gregson, who's Senior Consultant in Research Innovation with Alberta Health Services and an Adjunct Professor at the University of Alberta. Jeff will be well known to many of you. He has an extensive background in impact assessment in advising various funders, various governments and various businesses on how to sort of enhance, if you like, that business university collaboration. And even though he today is based in Alberta, he also worked in the UK for a number of years at the University of Edinburgh in Scotland. So I'm hoping, Jeff, that we can draw out some of those comparative experiences between those 2 systems. We then have Barbara Gibbon, who's Director General for Innovation Science and Economic Development Canada. Barbara has worked in the public service for over 25 years in an amazing diversity of roles, Barbara, spanning policy communications, including in the Office of the Secretary to the Governor General, Transport Canada, Finance Canada, and more recently, Innovation Science and Economic Development. And she is currently the Director General of the Global Innovation Clusters Program, so highly relevant to the conversation we're going to have this afternoon. And last but not least is Gert, who's based at the Novo Nordisk Foundation in Denmark. Gert is a senior impact partner and is one of the leading thinkers and doers, it has to be said, around impact assessment in Europe. He is co-chair of the London-based International Research on Research Institute, otherwise known as RORI, sits on the UK's National Institute of Health Research Impact Advisory Panel, and is Strategic Committee on Research's FISH, is a company that looks at tracking research grant data worldwide. So welcome all 3 of you. Thank you very much for giving up your morning and afternoon for joining us. at this event. Our purpose here is very much to think about impact, think about innovation. And so I might just kick off with a sort of quite a simple, but deceptively not simple question, which is, how do we know if we're actually making a difference when it comes to innovation? And Jeff, let me kick off with you.
Sure. So if I can, Jonathan, maybe set the context for this conversation. So I wanted to talk a little bit about in what ways are we making an impact, for whom, and then maybe talk a little bit about how we know. So just bear with me. Have a few thoughts on this, and maybe that'll stimulate further conversation as well. So in what ways? So I think we need to talk about what we call an innovation imperative. So good firms bring innovations to the marketplace, facilitates their growth. Innovation, allows firms to differentiate their offering, again, not having to compete on cost. The innovative processes and the management processes can drive down costs, improve productivity, and then that contributes to steady economic growth. And so increasing per capita income starts to impact, the societal benefits for innovation as well. And the social good, I think, is really important, and increasingly so when we take a look at EDI and ESG and all these different types of requirements that stakeholders and society in general is putting on companies and entrepreneurs and innovators to look at that societal impact. I think that's really important as well. But we also have to talk about the different types of innovation and the impact there. So disruptive innovations is creating new industries, of course. The open source movement as well, taking a look at very interesting societal changes where you actually have people that will labor for free to benefit strangers. We need to take a look also at the fact that, we talk about necessity being the mother of invention. And so climate change and a lot of the challenges we're facing right now are requiring innovators to step forward. And so these aren't necessarily things that were predicted. So innovation is absolutely critical for that and being able to support that. So for whom? I think this is a really important question related to this topic. When we think about, the ripple effect, as I just mentioned, of innovation, the innovator benefits, he gets a patent and has that monopoly right to exploit and benefit from that. When we think about, innovators that have access to resources and access to the proper networks and so on, there's a bit of a challenge to the democracy of innovation, if you will. People in peripheral areas and rural areas as well, away from the innovation hubs. Another issue is that the benefits of innovation and the benefits of growth aren't equal, and we know that. We take a look at the global south, for example, and some of the challenges of seeing that. And then, the notion of a competitive advantage for companies, which means that they're continually having to innovate and to increase shareholder value and those types of things. So I think in terms of the Alberta or the Canadian context, we also know that we're really good at knowledge creation, but not knowledge exploitation. And so there needs to be new approaches for innovation, certainly for Albertans and for Canadians to take a look at much more refined approaches to market entry, internationalization, strategic partnerships, and things like that in what is basically a small market economy in the scheme of the global market. So finally, how do we know? Well, we know that innovation is a process and it's also an outcome, and it's about the value you create. And so measures of innovation need to be aligned to the performance that you wish to create. And so I kind of define impact as being a market effect or influence on our intervention or on our program, on the recipient, the entrepreneur, the team, the business, or society. So there needs to be some ability to observe or ideally measure the effect. And so, we think about impact measures for government grants and tax incentives where you're looking for an ROI. Measuring the number of hackathons or Shark Tanks or innovation labs or brainstorming sessions is not measuring impact. And finally, we need to be aware of the counterfactual, the fact that these effects may have occurred in the absence of the intervention of the program. So I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Brilliant. Great set of thoughts there to get us off. Barbara, can I come to you now? And Jeff sort of identified both a sort of number of the sort of purposes of innovation, but also the challenges, I guess, that we face when we come to sort of measure the impact of innovation. And that includes a sort of diverse range of impacts, the diverse nature of innovation, and also the time lags it takes for stuff to move, if you like, from idea to impact. Now, I'm guessing, I don't know for sure, but I'm guessing in your day job, you're trying to justify investments in clusters and therefore dealing with these challenges on a sort of almost daily basis. How do you, in the real world, if you like, of being a policymaker, address some of those sort of challenges and potential opportunities as well, I guess?
Absolutely. You might have noticed me writing down a little note when Jeff was talking as his words were resonating. Maybe just to quickly position what I do for those that don't know. I'm part of a federal government program. We support 5 innovation clusters across the country. These clusters are designed to deliberately bring together companies of all sizes, researchers, post-secondary institutions, not-for-profits, and other public sector players to create those collisions that will help support innovation. Generally, the clusters look to support collaborative projects and really are trying to stimulate some of that cutting-edge innovation that just wouldn't be able to happen without a little bit of support to mitigate the risks. So the clusters are industry-led. They have a not-for-profit board that leads them. Like I said, there's 5 of them across the country. We have one focused on digital technologies, one focused on plant proteins, another on advanced manufacturing. One is AI and supply chains, and then another focused on oceans. And what all of these are trying to do is to really stimulate innovation in these areas that they're working. And of course, part of trying to stimulate the innovation then is to make sure that we're on the policy side, like you said, making a concerted effort to measure what those impacts are. So in running our program, I think, absolutely it resonates when Jeff talked about, what is the market impact. I think, our longer term performance measures are really focused on, what are the jobs created, even GDP impact. We also are looking to closely monitor the revenue growth of the companies that are engaged in our cluster projects. The challenge, of course, with all of those measures is that they take time. You don't issue or establish a cluster and then they, establish projects with these companies, and then you don't have revenue growth on day one. The clusters need to identify their projects. They need to have their projects take place. Most of these projects are complicated. They are innovations. They're bringing together multiple partners. And that means that we need to have time for those projects to roll out. Many of the projects the clusters are doing are between 12 months and 3 years. So
looks like we might have lost Barbara temporarily. So Gert, may I come to you as we try to get that connection back? Gert, I mean, as Barbara was cut off in midstream there, she was engaging, if you like, with the challenges of time. So we know from the literature that innovation takes time, and actually the more patient you can be to a degree, that's a good thing. But at the same time, governments and demanded through their the general public, if you like, want almost instant gratification from their investments in innovation. To a degree, you work for a foundation, so you may not have those pressures. How do you address that challenge of time and assessment? And also, just a subtle point to that, Novo Nordisk Foundation funds both research and innovation. And I suspect those time challenges play out slightly differently in those contexts. So maybe you want to explore that as well.
Yeah.
And thanks a lot, Jonathan, and good evening, Canada. It's great to be a part of this, and thank you for the great T-shirt. You could say, Jonathan, it's all about end users and when to reach them. It's all about the societal impact. But actually, I think I will start somewhere else because it's also all about data, and I want to look into the difference that we do for the grantees, because actually that is where it starts, and we have changed our approach to that lately. Just to say, my name is Gert, and I work from the Novo Nordisk Foundation, an independent foundation with a corporate interest. And last year, we funded no less than $1.3 billion for projects. And it was, as Jonathan also said, it's both for projects and initiatives within research, innovation, education, humanitarian, social causes. And that is really a lot of money. That's why it's extremely important for us to track both the actual grants, the activities, and also the results of these grants. And doing that, we use a couple of different platforms. I think the grantees in the room may be familiar with the ResearchFish, really good for research grants. And we also have our own platform that we have partly developed ourselves. It's called FoundGood, and we've been using that for a couple of years. And we do that for several reasons. We do it both because we know we need the data from day one, and we also need the analysis. And the impact assessment as such is really important for us for more reasons. First of all, you could say because we really need to be quite effective in how we use our funding and how we allocate it, and also to be sure that we can go back to the board and tell them if we actually have fulfilled our strategy goals for the foundation. And then it's very important for us to secure the openness in relation to what we do. And that means that we are very open about who gets the money, how much money they get, what kind of activities they do, and also the results of those. And that's interesting both in a portfolio level and also on the grant instrument level. And talk about the grant instruments, that's also quite important for us because the grant instruments as such is the main springboard for all the grantees that we have to be able to succeed with what they do. And since a lot of the grantees, you can say, work within their own field, they don't really know the societal impact of what comes out of the grant. And that's why the foundation as such also take a kind of a brokerage role on advocacy because you could say we, because of the size and weight, also can reach both the political level and also a broader audience to tell about the societal impact of the grants. That's very interesting for us being a foundation to look at the portfolio, but it's also extremely important to the grants. And only a couple of years back, also with the innovation grants, you could say we started analyzing at the projects that were already running, or maybe projects that have been running in the past. But we have now changed our approach, so we now do impact management. And the impact management has actually shown to be quite a big difference. The impact management here is something where we actually do co-creation with the applicant and the grant giver department and the impact department. And we do individual impact frameworks for all the strategic grants that we have. And that's really great because we sit together with the grantees to find out, okay, what is the long-term objective of these grants? What is the vision of it? And then track back through the logic model using the theory of change to see what kind of success factors are the important ones for the initiative. How can we identify the effect change? And also agreeing on the actual indicators that we are going to use to measure the initiative by. And that's quite extraordinary for us because we didn't do that before. And it gives an advantage to us, you could say, because we get more data, we get better data, and we get also more precise data, but also great for the grantees because the grantees really experience ownership to these frameworks. So we can also see that they report better to us. And one thing is that we are a learning organization ourselves, which is quite important that we can change course based on the experiences we do, and also based on the analysis results that we get. But it's also for the grantees. So if after a couple of years they find out that these success factors, these indicators actually are not good enough anymore for the project, it's possible to come back and change those. That's actually really smart. So the approach here, you could say, in the start of the value chain is that there are less decisions made on gut feeling and more evidence-fueled decisions, which is really good for the projects.
Brilliant. Thanks, Gert. Just for my clarity, is that for both the research grants and the innovation grants that you do that impact management?
Exactly.
Yeah. And how is that received, if you like, by the grantee? Do they see that as a intrusion into their space, or is there any sort of, I guess, cultures that you're having to manage and deal with as you have those conversations?
Yeah, of course, you could say, first of all, normally grantees don't like to report, but having this kind of ownership of the whole framework around the reporting and the discussions with us seem to be very fruitful. And we also have a better connection directly to the project. So they find it quite useful, and it also helps them to identify the focus point for the actual project. Yeah.
Brilliant. Thank you. And Barbara, I see you've magically returned, so delighted to welcome you back. And don't worry, my notes here say that when the gremlins hit the system, you were talking to us about how you use measures around market impact, and you do look at jobs and GDP, but that takes too long on the whole to wait for that data to come out. And therefore, I think you were going to talk about what I would call proxy indicators, which occur earlier in that timeline. And maybe I'll leave it to you to pick up on that.
Thank you very much for that. And my apologies for disappearing, the hazards of virtual connections here. Yeah, I think, obviously we all have the ideal measures and the really important ones that we're looking at, but we do need a balance of kind of the intermediate ones as well, so that we can have some early signals of whether we're on track. So we have, for example, in our program, we're working with a third-party company to do economic analysis, and some of the information that we get out of them is really valuable for us. For example, they ask if the partners in the projects, if they're making connections through those projects, and then they ask if those connections are enduring beyond the project. And those are, small points, but also really critical to see if the program is on the right track. We're creating a program that is trying to, eventually impact GDP and company revenue growth by making these connections. So if we can at least watch whether those connections are happening as an example, then that helps us to get a signal of whether we're on track. Just speaking to the data collection that I was just listening to as I came back online here, I think one thing we also look to do, we collect from the project partners and from our clusters, and obviously there's really important information to get in from reporting, but we also leverage other data sources. We work quite closely with our partners at Statistics Canada, for example, to kind of see if there's other sources of information that we can leverage to be able to identify, so for example, questions around, company revenue growth and other pieces. If there's that information already in the system, then we work to leverage that rather than just relying on reporting as well.
Brilliant. Thank you ever so much. What I want to do now is just move us on, and I might come back to you, Barbara, to open this conversation. But people like me, and I hasten to say you guys, but people like me, we love measurement. We love data. We love creating models and analyzing it. But what do we do with that information? And it seems to me that innovation is about impact. Impact is about making a difference. And actually, what we're interested in is how we can actually make a difference being informed by the data that we're collecting. So how can we make this innovation ecosystem more effective, more efficient, more equitable. And over a number of years, I've explored a sort of framework, which I call the 4 A's, which says that we look at this impact assessment because of accountability, because of advocacy, because of analysis, and because of allocation. And I think we're very good at the first two of those, accountability and advocacy, but we're less good at the analysis and we're less good at the allocation, i.e. rewarding people who've been successful. So Barbara, maybe I'll come back to you, and given the analysis that the data that you've got, the analysis that you do, if you were going to advise people, if you like, on the lessons learned, what are the lessons coming out of that data that can help make that innovation system more effective and more equitable and efficient? But before I come to you, I just wanted to open up to the audience and say that first of all, we really would value your questions, so please keep those coming. But I just want a bit of an experiment here and ask you to put in the chat, in the Studio 27 chat, just put one word which captures a lesson that will help us think about innovation and impact. What are the lessons that are more likely to lead to some kind of impact through innovation? But Barbara, maybe I can come back to you to explore that questions of lessons learned, acknowledging that it's quite a difficult question, and we probably know not as much as we should, and what we don't know is probably bigger than what we do know.
Always. And that's the perpetual policy challenge, right? Is that we are, always trying to look at what's working. How do we know it's working? What data do we have behind that? And then how can we continue to make improvements? So, in the grand scheme of cluster building, our program is actually relatively new. We're about 4.5 years into our first round of funding. We received additional funding in the last federal budget that'll take us another 5 years, so that we'll have a 10-year program. But clusters aren't built overnight. So again, we are kind of looking at the data and the information that we've achieved up until now. And we know that, for example, that the clusters are really attracting and making those connections among partners. We have, at this point, over 500 projects that are being launched under the first phase of the program. They're bringing together over 2,000 project partners across the 5 clusters. And I think that is, connections beyond our expectations at the launch of the program. We are, kind of now looking at moving into the second phase of our funding, and then also the period where we are starting to be able to actually connect the more medium-term project measures. So starting to look at, we know those connections are happening, starting to look at, what are the outcomes of those connections. So we are seeing some interesting pieces. I think some of our small companies are getting connected into supply chains of larger companies beyond the lifetime of their project. That's definitely an outcome that we are looking for. And we are also seeing that, companies are able to, kind of have their project work with the partners, and then they are able to attract follow-on funding. And maybe to make that real, I'll give a quick example if I can. We have a project partner, Verjag. It's an Alberta-based SME, worked on a cluster project with our digital cluster, looking at how to help farmers better plan their growing season and combat emissions at the same time. Their project was to create a digital twin of the farm, and they were able to use this to come in with additional information to help the farmers, kind of have a better plan and have better crop production outcomes at the end. Leveraging the project, Verjag has been able to raise almost $10 million in Series A financing. And that's another measure that we can look at of, are these projects having traction after the government funding period. That's another really important measure for us. So, and there's a number of pieces we can look at. I think that the thing for us is there's not one magic bullet. There's not one measure that tells us it's success. It really is a combination of factors that we need to look at and, kind of fairly sophisticatedly look across the outcomes that we're trying to have on the program and look at what we're seeing in terms of the data and how that fits together. But really, quite excited on our side to be seeing what we're seeing and to see the follow-on investments, to see what's coming out of the projects, and to see, the real kind of connections that those clusters are building in their ecosystems and where they're heading as we go forward.
Thank you. Jeff, maybe I'll come to you now and sort of pick up and follow on that conversation. So it seems to me that we have these outcome measures, which could be follow-on funding, it could be revenues, it could be jobs. And all of that's very helpful for justifying these investments. That's what the politicians want to see. But to a degree, and Barbara's hinted at this, it's what actually leads, what lessons can we draw in creating ecosystems? Connectedness is probably a good example of that, something quite nebulous in a sort of a deep sense and something quite hard to measure. But when we're thinking about lessons and impact and innovation in that context of sort of measurements, what in your experience have you seen are the gold dust, knowing that that's a very naive question?
So I think, the acknowledgement that there's a number of different elements related to the ecosystem that provide that kind of supportive infrastructure for innovators and for entrepreneurship, and being able to identify all the different contact points that the entrepreneur, the innovator, or the team has through their very iterative trial and error journey from concept to marketplace, where you've got a number of different support providers through that particular journey. And I know that Alberta Innovates has really identified this importance of this client journey. But at any given time, you have this collective of engagements and activities with the entrepreneur, and it's difficult to be able to capture all of those. And so the program will have an effect, but they're involved with a bunch of different networks, for example. So there's a lot of discussion about how do you measure the impact of a network or the impact more broadly of an ecosystem. And you add a whole bunch more variables, and it just becomes even more unwieldy and difficult to do. So it is back to that question about the direct attribution effect and then the spillover effects. So we talk a lot about spillover effects, which is stuff that's really difficult to measure and to capture. And I think that, the other thing about the measures is that they continue to evolve. And we all know that, I do have done research in the past on angel investors. My goodness, try and get a handle on angel investors because they have no requirement to disclose, and they're not going to tell you about all their bad investments, right? But if we think about starting with CSR, and now we're into environmental, social, and governance and EDI, there's a whole bunch of different types of acknowledgements that are required in terms of what the impact of innovation will be. But getting to the specific measures for program intervention, the justification of a program intervention, and the expectation that that program intervention is directly leading to, the increase in revenue or, multiple products now that the company has and so on is a bit naive. And I think that we have to acknowledge that there are limitations related to that. I think one of the concerns that I have related to programs is though, particularly programs that are going for any length of time, is that they can take on a life of their own. And the idea is that, you're sustaining a program and then you're waiting for the program to finish. And then you do a postmortem on the program, you realize it wasn't very effective. And one of the studies that I did in Scotland was related to an intervention to take a look at whether or not this was actually a policy failure, and it was. And the idea is that you were seeing diminishing value coming from that intervention. And it's difficult for government organizations, particularly those that have invested a tremendous amount of social capital in developing a program, to actually kill the program early.
Brilliant, thank you. And that I mean, two thoughts on that. But first of all, sunsetting or killing programs is something I think all sort of bureaucracies find really challenging, whether it's in innovation or other areas. And there's probably lessons to be learned across the public sector. And secondly, some of the stuff coming out of my research is this sort of intangible ingredient called trust. So, where partners trust each other, it seems like they're more likely to lead to some kind of successful outputs through some kind of innovative activity. And how you build those trusted relationships within an ecosystem. And Gert, you may want to pick up on that, because to a degree, I think that sort of what did you call it? That working together, designing impact, if you like, into the grant funding process is about building trust as well. But I'll hear from you, and then we'll start taking some questions from the audience.
Yeah, just to say, I think it works two ways. Of course, we do the impact framework with them, which is really important because it sets some kind of direction. But I would say that some of the things that really are needed by entrepreneurs is something that they find in the larger grants, where you also have the possibility for the grantees to grow within a system where you could say where you actually can grow into a local ecosystem. And for example, we have our Bio-Innovation Institute that is concerned about life science. And here you can enter on different levels. Either you could be, for example, a university with a very good idea that doesn't have a business registry yet. You can also be a smaller startup that's just started that has validated technology but hasn't yet got a clear pathway to the market. Or you can come in as a project with both a good path to the market. You can have a super IP strategy, and you want to build the case for having some heavy Series A investments, for example. And you can come in as a resident in this community as well. And because you have all these different kind of levels, this community, you could say, is actually strengthened itself. So of course you give them access to knowledge through courses, business development, access to IP attorneys, etc. You have the infrastructure in relation to lab access and in relation to technical platforms. You have the direct access to investor communities, investor networks, so you can do the pitching, and maybe they will even pick you out. And so that you can say in that community, there is also possibility to grow. So if you start from a lower level, you can grow up through the system, and you can say you can scale within the system before you have to be on your own afterwards.
Brilliant, thank you. I want to open up now to the audience, but I'm going to come to Jasper, who's generated a word cloud, I hope, of the lessons that the audience have around innovation and impact. So Jasper, can I hand over to you for a second to just share that with us and talk us through what you've seen?
Of course, thank you. Thanks, Jonathan. Let me just get ready to share my screen here. I'll just try to get this larger. It's quite small. Here's what came back. Bridging, balancing the organizational factors, thinking critically, thinking about change at the center, having a clear vision, and stakeholder engagement were the most cited words, Jonathan.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Jasper. And again, sort of picks up on that connectedness that Barbara was talking about just a few moments ago. And on that, let me pick up some of the questions. Thank you, Jasper, for sharing that with us. And Barbara, I might come to you with the question from one member of our audience. And she or he addressed this directly to you. And the question is, what advice would you give to a biochemistry master student for getting involved in these clusters? And are there any currently working on RNA technologies and therapeutics?
Sure, thanks. I think kind of two-part answer. The first is that the clusters are all independently led. So I would encourage anyone who's interested to reach out directly to the clusters. They each have a website, or you can reach them through our website. If you search for Global Innovation Clusters at innovation, science, and economic development. We have links to all of the clusters. For a master's student, beyond our program, I might encourage you to reach out to some of the other government programs like MyTax. MyTax is specifically set up to kind of help connect students into some of these situations. So that would also be another good option to follow.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. And another question which, Jeff, I'll send your way, but probably ask Gert to reflect on as well. It's a sort of double-barreled question. How do you inspire funders to care about impact measurements? And the second part of this, how do you get funders to pay for impact measurement?
Well, that's a.
If we have made funders pay for impact measurement?
Yes. So I assume, I don't know who asked this question, but there's a cost to collecting data, there's a cost to analyzing data, and grantees will probably say, well, funder, you need to pay for that.
Yeah. You could say for us, it's very natural that we pay for these analysis, and for more reason, we also pay, of course, for the data collection. For us as a foundation, it's extremely important what you also said, Jonathan, with the accountability both towards the community of researchers and entrepreneurs, and also to the broader society. But I think also it's extremely important that when you have, as a funder, you have the weight and the size that makes it possible to do the advocacy. And that's where it's really important, where you both have you could say, the muscles to collect the data, to do the analysis, but also to actually show where the societal impact are. And funders, I think it's quite obvious that they do it also because they have the portfolio often spanning over different kind of areas. So that is a possibility to do that. And I think it's also important because that's also feeding back to the grantees, that their work has a difference at a larger scale, and they will not be able to do that themselves. So yeah, we gladly pay for that.
Yeah, and I'll just maybe. Sorry, go ahead, John. No,
I was just going to say, I think that closing the loop of feeding the data back to grantees is critically important, and I think funders on the whole have been very poor at that historically. But Jeff.
Excuse me. No, I was just going to say, taking a page out of risk capital investors that invest in this space, and you think about their due diligence process and the requirement for that level of data, and the embedding of those reporting requirements and upfront requirements that you would have embedded in your funding calls to begin with, and you see how, EDI and things like that have really entered into the funding call and the requirements for you to be able to have to kind of rise to the occasion in order to get the funding to show, broader impact. But I think there's certainly some lessons when we take a look at risk capital investors, and ultimately for some of the more innovative organizations, they're likely to be going after risk capital down the road. So I think they need to get into that discipline.
Yep. Thank you. Another neat question has just come in. How do we believe that we can inspire end users around the context of impact?
I could maybe jump in here. I think in terms of our clusters, the idea of that inspiration is almost baked into a lot of their operations. That the clusters are trying to help create areas of competitive advantage for Canada, right? And they're trying to fund and identify and bring to the surface some of the most innovative technology opportunities that we might be able to see, and also to identify where they could become even better. Our clusters do quite a bit of work of matchmaking, of bringing a partnership that's come forward of trying to work on something, and that the clusters are able to say, oh, that this is really good and you'd benefit from connecting to this other company as well. And I think it's that whole package, right? That that knowing that what we're trying to do is fairly transformative, and that part of that transformation is being able to account for it. And so being able to measure that impact, being able to report on what's happening is just part of being able to do this kind of business and to seize this opportunity. So I think that, you know, that piece is part of trying to do things a little bit differently. It's not just a, you know, we'll hand out dollars here. It really is about trying to do things differently, trying to build something in a way that it maybe hasn't been done before. And I think that resonates. And I think as people get engaged with the program, they see that that's, you know, part and parcel of what is happening. And you know, like was noted, it's really important that that's built into our operations. We try not to come in at the end and say, oh, and now we want a bunch of data from you. You know, we want to be upfront and say, this is, you know, critical to what we're trying to build and what we're trying to do. And if you're part of the program, you're part of this element of it as well.
Brilliant. Jeff, do you want to pick up on that?
Yeah, I'm just thinking about, you know, why should an end user care? And you think about examples, you know, related to fair trade or, you know, point of origin or whatever. And so I think it's really being able to inform the end user about, you know, a lot of aspects of what the impact is, how is this innovation, or how is this innovation going to be created? And what are the benefits and so on, and the multiple benefits that we're talking about related to innovation.
Brilliant, thank you. Good.
Well, you could say we do publications of different kind, and we build them on a number of impact principles that's actually built after the logic model with the output, outcome, and impact, which actually you could say is helping maybe to spread the news about both the impact mindset, but also some actual end users that actually benefits both from innovation and the research is done. And especially you could say, talking to entrepreneurs, it's often important to say that the end goal is not when you have additional funding. Additional funding is just a step of the way and followed all the way to the actual end users, either of the health tech, of the products, or an implementation in a public healthcare system, for example.
Yeah, and I agree with that. And I also sort of picking up on what Barbara is saying, what I think we should do more of is actually tell the story of impact. So we're good at collecting this data, but we then need to sort of weave that data into a story, because I think when you tell people about the amazing technologies, the amazing innovations, the amazing impacts of research, they sort of step back in awe and go, wow, this is brilliant. But what we do is we say, well, we created X number of jobs, or we had this percentage impact on GDP. Yep, important, but we also need to tell that story. We're running out of time, but I'm just going to throw one final question, which I think is a bit cheeky, from one of our audience members. And he said, the question is, let me read it. We talked about action and programs to create impact, but are there also moments of letting go or getting out of the way to allow the ripple effects of impact to occur? And there's a phrase that I often use, which is kind of the dead hands of evaluation. And the process of evaluation can actually stifle innovation at times. So how do you manage that tension? Very briefly, I'll start with you, Barbara, because we are running out of time.
Sure, I'll try to be really quick. I mean, our program was deliberately created to try to do things differently. We are fairly open in a number of the rules and processes, and can be, in some cases, more flexible than a lot of programs, which I think helps. And, you know, in terms of getting out of the way, I think trying to not have too many rules around it is really critical, because then it can allow things like the follow-on funding, like the partnerships to happen. You know, we aren't telling the clusters how they need to act. We're telling them, you know, this is what we're trying to establish, and then letting industry.
Looks like we may have lost Barbara again. Jeff, can I come to you on that?
Yeah, I don't think we want to be overly prescriptive about where innovation will emerge. I think, you know, being able to identify that it comes from all different spectrums and so on. I think, you know, being able to take a look at typically what entrepreneurs need, and it's not necessarily a structured program. It's often really, because it's such an iterative approach, it's kind of real-time relevant support when they need it, kind of on demand. And that's difficult. for public programs to be able to manage that type of thing. And I totally agree with the question related to sometimes there really isn't a strong justification for an intervention at that point, or the intervention has hit its mark and it's time now to maybe remove it. Right?
Yeah, thank you. And Gert, slightly different perspective, being a foundation.
Yeah, you could say on the one hand, data is extremely important to help all the projects build these frameworks, and also to have an annual dialogue so you can actually look at the progression together. At the same time, I also think it's a good idea for foundations like us, you could say, to be more mission driven. And also you could say within some of these large grants to have the scalability. And I think we have a new research center, for example, on stem cell medicine. And here we can really, you could say, both have the basic research and the translational research at one time, and push the researchers in both doing the basic research, but also be motivated both for translation and innovation, and also train the new researchers both in basic research, clinical translation, and commercial development of the stem cell medicine, and also actual work with growing products in international collaborations, but within an actual grant. So yeah.
Brilliant. Thank you. Well, we have run out of time. So can I thank Barbara, who's disappeared into the Ethernet, Jeff and Gert for your contributions. And I hope our audience has some reflections on the issue of how we make a difference through innovation and impact. So thank you all very much for listening, and thank you panelists for engaging in such an interesting conversation.
Thanks, everyone. And as promised, we are giving you a chance to win one of Jonathan Grant's books. So the first person, or the first multiple people, because I think we have more than a dozen books, the first to answer the question correctly will win. Where is Jonathan joining us from? His accent may have given it away. We will take the first 10 answers, as many books as we have, The New Power University from Jonathan Grant, and we'll let you know if you've won in the chat. Time now for another musical interlude. Here again is Dean Lonsdale.
Paradise, put up a parking lot. The Pink Motel and the boutique in a swinging hot spot. Sit down, it always seems to go that you don't know what you got till it's gone. The big paradise, put up a parking lot. They cut down all the trees, put them in a tree museum. Charge the people $1.50 just to see them. I said, don't it always seem to go that you don't know what you got till it's gone. The big paradise, put up a parking lot. If I'ma throw away your DDT now, leave me my spots on my apples, give me the birds and the bees, please. I say, don't it always seem to go that you don't know what you got till it's gone. The big paradise, put up a parking lot. Listen, late last night, I had the screen door slam. Big yellow taxi took my girl away. I said, don't it always seem to go that you don't know what you got till it's gone. Big paradise, put up a parking lot. I said, don't it always seem to go that you don't know what you got till it's gone. The paid paradise, put up a parking lot. I say, why you wanna give it? Don't you wanna give it? Don't give it all away, yeah, nah. Why you wanna give it? Don't you wanna give it? Don't give it all away, yeah, nah. Why you wanna give it? Don't you wanna give it? Don't give it all away, yeah, nah. They paid paradise, put up a parking lot. Hey, now they paid paradise, put up a parking lot. Yeah, now they paid paradise, put up a parking lot. Yeah, they paid paradise, put up a parking lot. Thank you.
Anything she needs, she can call me. Don't worry about it, that's my seed, oh, that's all me. Just know if you cross her, then you cross me, cross me, cross me. If you. Anything she needs, she can call me. Don't worry about it, that's my seed, oh, that's all me. Just know if you cross her, then you cross me, cross me, cross me. If you.
She ain't messing with no other man. Me and her, something different. I really need all you to understand that nobody's coming close, and I don't ever wanna run around. I spend my youth jumping in and out, but you know I'm fucking loving now, like nobody ever could. And you know that. We gon' run like it's your. I know I'm sticking with my baby for sure. Together or solo, it doesn't matter where we are. Oh no, no. So if you hear about my lady, just know that she ain't the one to play with. Oh no, and I'll be standing so close, so you know that. Hey.
Anything she needs, she can call me. Don't worry about it, that's my seed, oh, that's all me. Just know if you cross her, then you cross me, cross me, cross me. If you cross her, you cross me.
Nobody's coming close, yeah, and I think that you should know that.
Go, 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 shorty. It's your birthday. We gon' party like it's your birthday. We gon' sip Bacardi like it's your birthday. And you know we don't give up, cause that's your birthday. You can find me in the club, bottle full of booze. Mama, I got what you need if you need to feel the buzz. I'm into having sex, I ain't into making love. So come give me a hug, you into getting rough. You can find me in the club, bottle full of booze. Mama, I got what you need if you need to feel the buzz. I'm into having sex, I ain't into making love. So come give me a hug, you into getting rough.
Buddy, you're a boy, make a big noise, playing in the street, gonna be a big man someday. You got blood on your face, you big disgrace, kicking your can all over the place, singing, we will rock you. We will rock you. Buddy, you're a young man, hard man, shouting in the street, gonna take on the world someday. You got blood on your face, a big disgrace, waving your banner all over the place. We will rock you. Sing it. We will rock you. Singing, I love rock and roll. Put another day.
Thanks so much, Dean and DJ Mintu. I've never heard Joan Jett, 50 Cent, and Queen mixed together, and then Beyonce at the end. So that was a lot of fun. So thank you so much for that. Time now for the Impact by Design Global panel. And no, I'm not mispronouncing that. A global perspective to meet local needs. Don't allow impact to be an afterthought. Understanding how to design in impact to scale up and grow programs is essential. Now, this panel is going to explore global best practice and local examples of impact and program evaluation. The moderator today is Dr. Simon Raby. Simon is a professor of entrepreneurship at Mount Royal University and the founder of Growth Compass. He also works with Growth Catalyst, an executive education program to spark creation amongst senior leadership. Here is Simon. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to this particular session. Delighted to be here, and I think we all want to start our morning off with the DJ, so I definitely need his contact details. Thank you very much for the kind introduction, and very excited for this particular panel. As we've just been introduced, the global perspective to meet local needs. When we talk about impact and this potential for impact to be an afterthought, I've often heard tales from support providers. We've created such great impact in the programs we've run. That's great. Tell me more. How did you capture that impact? Well, we recorded the number of people who attended our seats, at our events. We call that bums on seats, and they were clearly engaged. Okay, great. But what impact did the program actually have? And this links back to Jonathan's conversation, and particularly this notion of a story of impact, that this story requires pre, during, and post-program context. It can't just rely on post-program measurement to really understand the impact that we've truly had on participants that have come through many of our programs. So how do we move beyond that? How do we move beyond just measuring that outcome? Understanding how to design in impact to scale up and growth programs is essential if we are to progress desired outcomes and impact, increase program delivery efficiency and effectiveness. So those in the audience who design and deliver programs start out with a set of desired outcomes. We know we all have that. I'm leading the Growth Catalyst program and a number of other programs, including the Innovation Accelerator. And you start when you design a program from the grassroots. What is it that you really want to do with participants? What impact do you want to create? What desired outcomes do you want to shape? And then you take that through the program design. But how do we actually go about building in that impact into programmatic interventions? And that's something that we want to learn more about from this particular panel, in particular global perspectives, and also local examples of impact and program evaluation. Before I introduce the panel that we have today for the session, I first of all want to begin just by starting with some apologies. Professor Mark Hart was due to join us from the UK, but contracted COVID yesterday, and he's unable to participate. So we wish Mark a speedy recovery. However, do not be disappointed. We've got two other fantastic panelists with whom we'll explore this topic, and I'm just going to provide a short introduction to both of them. So first of all, I'd like to introduce Dr. Catherine Graham. You met Catherine right at the beginning of today's session. Catherine's the Executive Director of what's called the Impact Action Lab at Alberta Innovates, the province's largest research and innovation agency. Catherine is a thought leader in societal impact and its assessment. She has over 25 years of experience in implementing strategic performance management and continuous quality improvement systems across multiple organizations and sectors. She's a fellow of the Canadian Academy of Health Sciences, and with her team successfully facilitated the implementation of the Canadian Academy of Health Sciences Impact Framework at organizations across Canada. She advises organizations on how to optimize their performance by designing and incorporating impact processes both strategically and operationally. We're speaking to the right person about this stuff. Catherine's passion for teaching and training the next generation of impact professionals is demonstrated by co-founding of the International School on Research Impact Assessment. Check out the International School on Research Impact Assessment, Google it now. And also a co-director of ACIS, the international course for incorporating societal impact into organizations. She holds an adjunct professorship appointment at the University of Alberta and also the University of Calgary, and has chaired many impact advisory groups, frequently invited as an expert speaker to many panels, such as the Canadian Council of Academies and the European Commission. She collaborates and publishes exclusively and extensively on the application of impact work, which receive wide uptake. Catherine is an organizational psychologist. She'll be reading our minds about impact today and has received her PhD in applied psychology with a specialization in human factors from the University of Cranfield in the UK. She's a bridge builder and brings international experiences and innovative practices to bear when amplifying and activating impacts across the ecosystem. Impressive. Welcome, Catherine, to the panel. Our other panelist is Annika Doet van Goor. She is from the Netherlands. As director of the International Network for Advancing and Evaluating Societal Impact of Science, Annika manages a platform for stakeholders in academia, government, industry, and civil society to exchange experiences and best practices on demonstrating and optimizing the impact of world-class science on the economy, culture, and well-being, very much at this macro level, which is so very important and what we began to explore in the past panel. She develops conferences, courses, expert meetings on several aspects within this impact spectrum, including assessment, research strategy, science policy, and much more. She's also frequently performs as speaker on mapping stakeholders in the science impact ecosystem and learning skills for project management and engagement with non-academic players. Annika received her research master's in political science and public administration from Leiden University in the Netherlands, where she continued working on research projects and teaching programs for 2 years. Her project management skills were gained through her work and with TEDx and the film industry. With a musical theatre degree from AMDA, New York in her back pocket, Annika still manages to write and perform whenever she's not busy trying to help increase the utilization of scientific knowledge and data for the well-being of people and the world they live in. So welcome, Annika, also to the panel. Delighted to have you both with us today. Obviously, this whole session today is focusing on Impactset, a very important part of the playset that Alberta Innovates has brought to market for this particular Leading in Learning forum. What I'm particularly interested to start the conversation with, I guess, is a definition. You know, how do we each define impact? We talk about impact a lot, but what does it actually mean to us individually? And one of the things that we'd encourage those that are listening at the moment is put into the chat function. This is a question, Annika, I know you asked before coming to today's session, but does your organization's purpose or mandate include detail about impact? So take a look at your purpose or mandate. Maybe you need to go back to the website, depending on the organization you work for and how close you are to that, but copy and paste that into the chat function, share with us whether your organization already has impact within its mandate and purpose while we start to get this chat underway. So over to you, Annika, perhaps we'll go to first. Tell us a little bit more about what you think impact actually is.
Thanks so much, and thank you for having me here. And Simon, kudos on pronouncing my name. I think that was one of the best non-Dutch speaker pronunciations of my name, so thank you. Yes, as Simon said, we've been working in the world of societal impact of science, what we call, for a long time, connecting businesses and policymakers and research institutions. And the interesting thing when talking about societal impact is that it is defined and people view it very differently. The perspectives are very differently depending on the sectors, the disciplines, the communities that you're speaking to, and that is, I think, not surprising. Impact is extremely broad. We're talking about, you know, the world, anything that can be impacted, and it's multidimensional. Some impact can be very clear and tangible. A lot of economic impact is often quantifiable, but a lot of other impacts are not as visible or tangible, and also, not as clear as what it could be. If you're talking about societal well-being or human well-being, that can be something very different for anyone. And it's not just, economics or well-being that can be impacted. You can have cultural impact, environmental, social, technological, educational, health, political, can be anything. So it's very difficult to define. But what we often discuss, I think there's a couple of considerations that to keep in mind when defining impact. And I think, as Simon suggested, it's great to look at your own organization and see what how impact or is mentioned or maybe hinted at in the strategy or mission of your institution. And then when you look at that, maybe check if some of the considerations that I'm mentioning are part of that. So the first of it is, often impact is considered change, right? But the thing is it always positive change? That is something that we all aim for it to be a contribution. But of course, that is not always necessarily the case. Impact can also be called grimpact, what often is a suggestion. And it can even mean that an impact, a positive contribution for one stakeholder can mean grimpact for another. You could even go even further, suggesting that even calling impact a change isn't necessarily correct, because, well, let's, for example, say that we have a foresight of, trust in politics going down. So you expect to have a lower voter turnout. But as an organization who campaigns for, voting more, your impact has been that the voter turnout didn't go down. Then there's not actually a visible change necessarily, even though there was. So that's the first thing that you can consider when talking about impact. What type of impact are you talking about? A second consideration, I think, for everyone to always keep in mind when defining impact is it really the impact that you're looking at? Or what we often see is it the actual output that you're considering, or not the impact? And this makes absolute sense. Let's say you're a publisher of books for healthy recipes. Your mission, your actual eventual impact that you would want to have is that people eat healthy and structurally do that. However, a lot of organizations will see how many books have been sold. That is not the actual impact. It's great that the books are being sold, but if, every person just has it on their shelf, or maybe makes one recipe and that's it, then you haven't had impact. Of course, you can't necessarily, but that's a discussion for later when we talk about measuring impact. You can't necessarily always prove that type of impact, that everyone's been eating more healthy because of your books. It's easier to count books. But the phase of where from, products to actual impact, where you define that to be impact, that's a very interesting consideration to take in as well. Then there's, and I think in the session with Jonathan before this, it's been mentioned before, but I wasn't there for the entire session, so I'm not sure, is that a lot of impact is indirect or unintentional, or it just ripples through. And I know Catherine will be talking about that later as well, is that an initial impact or output can lead to much more impact. So where does that defining of impact stop? And finally, I think a very important consideration when you define impact on society, on the world, is the scope, is the reach. I know that years ago, I think it was in the REF, the Research Excellence Framework, which I'm sure has been mentioned in the earlier session, a higher ranking was given to impact that was global instead of local. And a lower, ranking was given to local. And I would say, and I think everyone would agree with me, that scope doesn't necessarily matter when it comes to impact. If you happen to have a great impact by locally arranging all buildings to have green rooftops, does that mean that your impact isn't as great to the climate as somebody who's has an advisory role at the UN for climate policy, but is part of a huge group and might have a slight, effect on that, even though it's global. So I think, those four things in this broad multi-dimensional idea of impact. So what type, the phase, the scope, and whether it is indirectly or intentional. I think those are considerations when you define impact to take into account.
Thanks a lot.
So no clear answer, Simon, sorry.
I know, and we were expecting just this perfect, simple definition to come forward from today's session. But as you say, there are considerations that we each need to take when it comes to those four areas that you've outlined. And I do think that those four areas provide a degree of a framework, because you can create spectrums when you look at the aspects that you've just discussed. When you look at the aspect of what's in and what's out when it comes to impact, yes, there's going to be the direct elements that we can measure. But as you allude to, there are a lot of indirect aspects of impact that we experience as well. And how do you capture those? That is not just quantitative from a metric standpoint. A lot of that can actually be quite qualitative. And so we need to think about those approaches that we capture that are more qualitative. I know for sure from my experiences in running growth programs and working with scale-up ventures through these sorts of programs and it's something that if Mark was here today, we're actually in the process of starting a program of work around what we call intangibles. But there's this notion of program intangibles because there are things that we often do not measure or do not wrap our arms around. But a lot of what happens during a program and the shifts that people make both in their mindset and in their approach comes from those intangibles. And so, yeah, that's really important for us to deal with. We've got some other aspects coming through on the chat function here. So Tanya in the audience says the name of her team is Innovation, Evidence and Impact. That's a pretty cool team, Tanya. Wouldn't mind being a part of that. Alberta Innovate's mission statement has just been put here. Our broad scope allows us to make the lives of Albertans better today and for generations to come. We contribute to a diversified economy, cleaner and sustainable environment and healthier communities. So on that point, we'll move to Catherine. Miss Alberta Innovates. Let us talk to us, Catherine, about your perspective on how you define impact.
Thanks, Simon. And it looks like you got my memo today about wearing the T-shirt. So we'll charge ahead today on impact. And to kind of pick up on Annika's question, one definition that I like is the OECD definition, which talks about impact in terms of a change, an effect or benefit. But it does highlight what Annika is saying, to be reflective that even though we may desire positive impact, it can be negative. It can also be anticipated and unanticipated and direct and indirect. So I think it's a good definition to reflect when we're designing impact and also designing how to assess it to ensure we consider the other side, or as Annika talked about, the grimpact. So from Alberta Innovates, our impact approach is very much fit for purpose by our mission. So thanks for reading that out. And also in terms of our role and our purpose and what we do. So we do fund and provide services right across the continuum from discovery, applied and commercialization. So that informs how we think of impact. And also we do cover many sectors in terms of clean resources, smart ag, health, commercialization, etc. So in terms of how we define impact is really about the effect or change, and also considering who it benefits. So we use the metaphor of the splash and ripple, and why we use that, particularly in the context of research and innovation, that we know knowledge, we know innovation doesn't have boundaries or borders. So the idea of a splash and ripple, which is very diffuse and spillover, is a metaphor we've started to use in terms of how we co-invest. We work with our partners to achieve those really short-term results, but ultimately how we can contribute to those big 4 impact categories that I said. So that is a framing. And then, as I've said, really understanding who's benefiting, or as Annika said, adverse effects on others, not by design, but by consequence, in really looking at that. And that splash and ripple is the frame then by which we measure at a highest level, and then as we cascade down into portfolios and programs, those measures get more specific. But as you said, Simon, really understanding, how things are being effective so we can replicate it, and learning is definitely a body of work we're very interested in pursuing as well.
Fantastic. Thank you, Catherine. And your point about the link between Alberta Innovates and particularly the health sector is a really interesting one. I know it's not something that we'll explore in great detail today, but that notion of scaling innovation and that ripple, the putting in the pebble in the pond, and the ripple very much comes from the health sector. And I know that's the work that you're building on when it comes to Alberta Innovate. So it's something for us to recognize, because the terminology around scaling and scaling ventures, it gets informed by that, gets informed by the work around scaling innovation. And so we need to learn from different industries and different perspectives from this perspective. So thanks a lot for sharing those insights. I mean, we've obviously started to talk about the definition of impact, and I've had another point put into the chat function here that Daryl says perhaps recovery may be a better word for impact. So there's a notion of actually recovering from something as opposed to building on something and high impact that already exists. And then Jean Marie also mentioned about the difference between impact versus output. So I think that's also a very interesting thing for us to, and Anika, you spoke about that impact and output aren't the same thing. They're 2 different things. So I think that in and of itself is an important one to think about. But why should we care? I mean, why should we care about innovation? Clearly there are lots of things being funded around the world, and particularly in this province, there's been a huge amount of effort, energy, and investment placed into global accelerators, an example, tens of millions of dollars. But why should we care about innovation? What would be your sort of sales pitch to those on the call today listening in as to why we should really be concerned and work hard to integrate impact of what it is that we do? So perhaps if we could go to yourself, Anika, first on that point.
Yeah, absolutely. Can I ask a weird, well, not weird, but a very different question? If I respond in the chat, do other people also see that? Because I thought there was some great comments, and I thought if I say something, does anybody know? Okay, somebody can tell me in the chat. I was just curious because I wanted to respond, but I wasn't sure if all the participants would see that. Well, I also wanted to say that I'm very sorry that I'm not wearing the shirt, and I'm very sorry about that. I think with the distance, I didn't get it in time, but I did get the memo of dressing in black. All right, so why should we care about? Well, I think it's interesting. You said innovation, and of course we were talking about impact, and I think impact and innovation are also, just like with output, I think different types of things. And innovation is definitely an impact, but I think impact often doesn't even have to be, growth or innovation. It can be change. And I like the recovery comment as well about that. I was actually going to add to something I know Catherine was about to say. So I think, well, first off, I think there's several reasons why we should care about impact. I think there's certain expectations, whether you're an organization, you have customers, or people that depend on you, or simply in the community. Nowadays, we see so many challenges that we're facing, global challenges, but also regional challenges, that there's an expectation of us to of anyone to have an impact, whether you're being paid or funded by whomever. We want it to be for the good, and for the better, and for the well-being of people. I think there's also an inherent feeling, but maybe that's not for everyone, but I think most people have it, an inherent feeling that you want to make a difference, with whatever you've started to do. You want to make a difference, whether that's for your own, feeling good about yourself, or having a purpose in life. I think that's one thing that also helps us motivate ourselves for impact. And now I come from a background where we mostly talk about impact of science, and a lot of science is funded and assessed, and funding depends on it. Within research institutions, there's also often assessment on how much impact your research program has had. So there's a performance assessment that often requires you to include impact. That might not be everywhere, but I'm just speaking from the background that I have. And I think also there's just a general feeling of responsibility why you should have impact, and should focus on that. And I'll get back to that later, but I think having impact in mind actually makes your work better too. But I'll get to that when we talk about why to demonstrate impact and how to do that. Catherine, I don't know if you saw my notes, but I know you were going to talk a little bit about the 4 A's, and I have 2 additional A's, so maybe you can go first, and then
That's perfect, because I always forget the other 2, so that's great. Yeah. So, so in terms of why it matters, I think ultimately it matters because it affects people's lives. And I think in terms of the context of strengthening entrepreneurial innovation ecosystem, there's that local aspect kind of that's close to our community. That's very important that gets applied in a local perspective, close kind of to the coalface, and then learnings globally. So in understanding why it matters and motivations, we talk often about 4 A's. Annika will add the other 2 A's. Thank you, Annika. In terms of where people are sitting in the ecosystem and their motivations. So one of the A's in terms of understanding why it's important to people is accountability and transparency. So, often we'll see that very much in terms of what matters to government funders is really demonstrating that impact. But we also have another A in terms of analysis, and I know it ruins the alliteration. I always say and learning, because I do think it's broader than the analysis in terms of the learning. And often that's very important in terms of people involved in the program and the initiative, where they're really wanting to understand how to make a greater impact. Another A is around advocacy. So how do we communicate and advocate in terms of innovation, entrepreneurial investment? And then lastly, which is often really challenging in terms of the science behind it, but the allocation. So how best should we allocate? So when we frame it in terms of that, we get an understanding from different perspectives and where people sit in our ecosystem of why it's important, but it can be important to different people for different reasons. So Annika, over to you on the other two A's.
Absolutely. And a note about this. So the original 4 A's were, I think, made with Jonathan. He also mentioned them in the earlier session. And I believe these 2 additions came from Ron's research, a Ron's report. So just, to get my resources or my sources correct. The other 2 A's, because yes, we love alliterations, is one is acclaim, to be able to compare or recognize the value of organizations. And the sixth one is actually sort of a follow-up on the other 4 or 5, that's adaptation, so that you can actually steer change in your organization to look at the weaknesses and strengths and see how you can change structures and behaviors and cultures and the activities and the priorities. So acclaim and adaptation, that were the other 2.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. And as with all these things in life, it helps us to remember what it is that we're talking about through these sort of more simple acronyms. So thanks a lot to both of you for sharing the 6 A's as it's now been expanded to. Who knows how many A's we'll have by the end of the week. But at the moment, it's accountability, analysis, and learning in brackets, Catherine, as you mentioned, advocacy, allocation. Resources are finite at the end of the day. We need to be cautious about that. Acclaim, and then also adaptation. So thanks for sharing those. But so we talked a bit about what impact is. We've explained a little bit why we think it's important and how to make sure that within our own organizations, our own programs, how we might start to assess or analyze some of those components and see what's most important. But how do we go about actually capturing impact? What are some of the approaches that you've experienced or you've seen are valuable, useful to those that would be listening to today? And this isn't just about clearly the outcome. We just mentioned earlier in the conversation that impact is more than just outcome. Impact is beyond outcome. So what is the process that we can capture when it comes to innovation and impact? And what are some of the pitfalls perhaps as well? Because it's not always done well. It's not easy. So I'm sure you've come across moments, occasions where you've witnessed impact being captured, and it's just the right stuff hasn't been recorded or measured to be able to really tell that impact story that Jonathan was talking about. So over to you. Who would like to sort of go first? I know Annika, I've been coming to you first each time, but up to you to address that.
Oh, Catherine can start if she likes.
Okay, sure. So I would just put out some principles in terms of best practice. So in capturing impact, best practice is mixed methods and multiple data sources. And I think part of that principle is impact is often distal, and it is about lots of contributions. And as you said, Simon, it can be challenging to measure impact well. And so there's a number of principles and strategies we use for that. So mixed methods and multiple data source. And kind of in line with that is balance in terms of there is not one metric of impact. it really is a balanced set of metrics and considerations. So the mix of kind of the qualitative and quantitative, but also if impact is ultimately distal, that time scale is very important. And so measuring over time from point of input to progress to those immediate results. So that implies a balanced set of metrics right across there. And then as Annika was pointing out in terms of one of the key A's or new A's is adaptation. And that's very important when we're measuring progress to impact or to our North Star. Is that we've learned, particularly from COVID, that we have to have the flexibility to adjust, adapt along the way, and measurement and data is one of the ways to inform us. We do like metaphors, so the idea of the galaxy and the North Star, and those progress measures along the way, maybe a star is on the way to our North Star. So the time element there is important as well. So as I said, at a very high level, we use our splash and ripple categories to inform our measures, right from investment to kind of key implementation actions we're doing, to measuring if it's talent development, new platforms, productivity, etc., along the way. And when it comes to scale up and growth, then those measures get more specific because the focus is quite specific, but really balancing those unique measures with some common measures that you can roll up no matter what the program is. So that's
fantastic. Thank you, Catherine, for sharing that. And the 2 points I sort of want to draw on, I would say. One is you've mentioned about mixed method approaches, and mixed methods, for those that may well not be really sort of up with research methods, mixed methods really just explains the fact that we can use both quantitative approaches to collecting data, so that could include surveys, etc. But we can also use qualitative approaches to collecting data. So maybe that's a set of interviews, maybe that's also focus groups. But there's ways of bringing both of those elements together into what's called a mixed methodology. So some people might look at a program and the impact it's happening and run a large survey. So say you've got 500 people going through your program, you run a large survey to look at what I say, casting a broad net over participant responses. And then you might follow that up with interviews to actually dig deeper into particular responses to understand the qualitative nuance and how impact has actually played out in practice. Other people might even flip that methodology. Some people might start, particularly in the early stages when you're testing things, and maybe your program isn't exactly where you want it to be, you might start with actually conducting some interviews, detailed case interviews with particular clients. And then when you've learned from them and translated and tested that within your program and had hundreds more go through your program, then you may survey them after that. So there's no right or wrong way necessarily when it comes to mixed methods, but it's something for sure that we can think about. And then the adaptation thing is so important. We know Mike Tyson said everyone has a plan until you get punched in the face, but it's the same with programs. We've all experienced, many of us have, the impact that COVID has, the switch to online learning and the different approaches, methodologies to use with online learning, but also how impact shifted and changed through that process. And so using measures both during and post-program are so important to really help us make that shift and transition when it comes to programs. So one thing before we move on to Anika and just get your perspective on the back of this conversation, Jasper is going to share a Mentimeter question. So for those in the audience, what we'd love to learn more about are what are some of the questions or measures you currently use to capture program impact. So when you think about those things that you capture within your programs, whatever that is, we'd love to learn more from you about that. So if you go to mentimeter.com and use that code 33348431, we're going to collect some of those key impact metrics, and we'll share those after this session, after this week, so that you can get to see what other people are measuring within their programs and organizations. So over to you, Anika, from your perspective.
Yeah, thanks, Simon. I have a huge list of all kinds of indicators that I've came across. So I'm not going to put all of them in Mentimeter, but maybe I can add to the list that might be shared eventually in the end. I want to reiterate what Catherine mentioned, and again in the session before this as well, is that demonstrating or measuring or evaluating impact is important, but actually having that in mind from the very beginning of your of the process is actually essential. Not just to have the impact, but to actually make sure that the product or the work that you're doing that is going to have impact actually becomes the best that it can be. And you want to make sure that you follow a certain pathway to reach this impact, and with that try to avoid any the grim impact I mentioned before, or any accidental other impacts that were not calculated or prepared for. I think that can all work better if you know beforehand what kind of impact you want to do and how you're going to demonstrate this. Another thing maybe to keep in mind, now we're talking about measuring at the program level, but of course in many ways other parts like individual evaluation or organizational or infrastructure evaluation are also part of this, so that that'll affect impact. So that can also be considered, that should be part of some sort of assessment or evaluation. And when talking about, how are you going to, what kind of impact are you going to have? How are you going to reach that? And then how are you going to measure it? I think it's really important that you keep in mind the context in which you're working, the communities and the beneficiaries of the work that you're doing, finding a way how to reach them, and how they feel about your change and how they think, what they think the impact can and should be. Involve the people that will be impacted to decide on what kind of impact you're going to measure and how. So I think that actually comes from, again, an alliteration model from Jonathan Grant, which is the 7 C's. Just wanted to mention that. But I think, when capturing impact, it's incredibly important. It's difficult. It can be time consuming, but it is worth it. And it's important, as we discussed before, and it can help you actually motivate the rest of the team and, show the attractiveness of the work that you're doing externally. So those are the 2 things I think, the level of measurement and starting your impact monitoring from the very start is the most important thing.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Anika, for sharing that. We've got some questions coming in from the audience. We've got 5 minutes left, so we're going to actually start to tackle some of those. But before we do, and I'm only going to give you 10 seconds each, what would be a first step that you would recommend for someone in the audience that if they've either not done a great deal with impact before, and so this is the first time they're sort of thinking about it, where would they start? Like, what would be that first step that you'd recommend they take? So 10 seconds each before we get into the Q&A.
Catherine, do you want to start, or shall I?
Sure, I'll start.
what I would recommend is co-develop an impact statement, a sentence, with your team or organization to articulate in words that everyone understands what the desired impact is, or I say those impact buckets is the first step, I would say, and then work backwards. And it reframes your thinking to figuring out what you need to do to get to your desired impact.
And from my perspective, I think any change or transformation that you want to achieve, and in this case, it would be to have more impact, requires, I think, three things. It requires skills, resources, and perspectives or cultures or way that people view things. So starting with the idea, those are the three things you really need to tackle, then go into more specific steps, like Catherine mentioned. And I think being here at this conference is already a great step for everyone. So
fantastic. So Anika's giving us all a pat on the back for showing up. So we get participation marks from Anika, which is great. And those are really good points about where should we start. What I'd like to just move to is a couple of questions. So one for each of you, actually, conveniently. So Anika, can you expand on Grimpact and how someone might mitigate Grimpact?
Okay, so with the example I gave earlier with the healthy recipes book, a Grimpact for some communities, let's say in this case, fast food restaurants, I don't know, would not maybe be so happy with that. For them, in an economic sense, if there's really big behavioral change, people are eating healthier, that would be a problem for them. I'm not saying that actually that would be a problem in general for humanity, but just to give an example. And if you can keep them actually, like, think about, hey, listen, if we reach that and they might have a problem, actually try to also involve them, see, get them in the process, because then maybe they can also change their menu. And change with the change instead of being economically impacted through that. I think a lot of Grimpact happens with marginalized communities. A lot of communities that are forgotten, whose cultures are not being considered. A lot of the Grimpact that happens in a lot of situations happens there. So always keep them in mind, listen to what they need. And hopefully with that, through that, you can avoid any negative consequences.
Thank you, Anika. I also have a question directly for yourself, Catherine. So you mentioned about this notion of a ripple effect, and throwing that pebble into the pond. And I know that links to other conversations in Jonathan's panel just previous to this, around the spillover effects when it comes to these components. But wondered whether you could talk a little bit more about what that ripple effect concept is in the context of impact and creating greater impact.
Yeah, it's really understanding what will affect the impact. So more specifically, we did a study, a realist impact case study on the Regional Innovation Network for Southern Alberta in understanding what was the impact. We went back retrospectively for 10 years, but was really trying to understand how that ripple effect was occurring, which did require kind of qualitative analysis. And what came out of that was, if you're in a network and you're trying to achieve impact, a lot of what came out was building trust. In terms of being in the network, are you trusted? Do you trust your partner? And how are you going to move forward? But it really gets to that idea is, if we are in a ripple effect together in our community with our partners globally as well, it does imply if we don't have trust and relationships, we can't achieve it. And then from a funder's perspective, How do we advance those methods and practices to incorporate that thinking, and then work internationally on field studies and experiment to move that forward, that ripple effect that happens locally, but also can ripple out globally and vice versa. So really that's top of mind for us, is to pursue those body of work and field experiments. And anyone interested, please give us a call.
Fantastic. So time's up, but before I go and before we go, there was a question from the audience which was just about restating the 6 A's as they've been expanded to. So I'm just going to restate those for the audience's purpose. So accountability, analysis, which also links to learning, advocacy, allocation, which is around resources, and then Annika added a couple more. So her additions were acclaim, so comparing or recognizing the value of organizations, and adaptation, so how to change structures, cultures, those sorts of things. So it leaves me just to say thank you so very much to Annika and Catherine for sharing in this conversation today around global and looking at this global and local notion of impact and what we can all do more to incorporate impact to our programs, our ecosystems, and our countries globally. So thank you so very much for participating.
Thank you, Simon.
Thank you, Simon.
Thanks, everyone. We're going to take a bit of a break, so go and stretch your legs. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
You gotta get into the groove.
Space Shuttle Atlantis.
You're way too beautiful, girl. That's why it'll never work. You have me suicidal, suicidal. When you say it's over, damn all these beautiful girls. They only wanna do you dirt. They'll have you suicidal, suicidal. When they say it's over. See, it started at the park, used to chill after dark. Ooh, and you took my heart, that's when we fell apart. Cause we both thought that love lasts forever. Lasts forever. They say we too young to get ourselves sprung. Oh, we didn't care, we made it very clear. And they also said that we couldn't last together. Last together.
When the night has come and the land is dark and the moon is the only light we'll see.
why you met me, you don't know why you can't turn around and say goodbye. All you know is when I'm with you, I make you free and swim through your veins like a fish in the sea. I'm singing, follow me.
Welcome back, everyone. We're now going to hear from our keynote speaker today, Dr. John Galbraith. Here to moderate this fireside chat, minus the fire danger and, well, minus the fire, but he's going to bring the heat. We welcome back Dr. Simon Raby.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. And John, welcome to the session. I'm going to provide a bit of an intro to what it is that we're discussing today. But John is our very own Brad Pitt, and I'm going to explain a little bit more about why I'm saying he's our very own Brad Pitt. This particular session, titled Impact Entrepreneurs Passing the Baton, ultimately interest is strengthening in entrepreneurial ecosystems for driving innovation to impact. And this has increased dramatically over the past decade. So to date, support providers operated much like a shopping mall. And I know, John, you used this analogy a little bit when we've spoken previously. Welcoming, obviously, entrepreneurs into the shopping mall, attentively serving them and those who step through the front door. But not everyone steps through the front door. Not everyone knows where this mythical or mystical shopping mall is. And so as we race towards this fourth industrial revolution, what data do we actually need to inform better decisions? What changes do we need to make to accelerate the journeys of entrepreneurs traveling along the entrepreneurial highway, as we call it, for achieving greater economic and societal impact? I'm going to provide a bit of an introduction to John Galbraith. In addition to his primary position as people and process lead at Factory Bucket, a no-code production visualization company focused on the manufacturing industry, John is a digital transformation specialist, entrepreneurial strategist, advocate for entrepreneurial balance. I want to learn more about what that means, and lead integrator at his consulting firm, Lift Off Labs. Through his entrepreneurial career, John has led innovations for some of the biggest sports brands on the planet, which brings me to why I'm calling him Brad Pitt for the day. This session is going to be run as a bit of a fireside chat with John, but another way to think of John is as Billy Beane from the film Moneyball. So if, for those of you who have or have not, I'll recount what Moneyball is. It's essentially an account of the Oakland Athletics baseball team's 2002 season and their general manager, Billy Beane's attempts to assemble a competitive team. So in this film, Beane, played by Brad Pitt, and assistant general manager Peter Brand, played by Jonah Hill, faced with the franchise's limited budget, the players build a team of undervalued talent by taking a sophisticated sabermetric, so a data-driven approach to scouting and analyzing players. And I know that's something that John brings to analyzing entrepreneurs, and that's what we want to get into. So I've got some questions that I want to explore. And I know, John, you're buzzing to talk. So maybe you can set the scene for us. Like, what gets you out of bed in the morning? And talk a bit about yourself. Indulge us for a while.
Great to be here. Thanks. I'm glad I'm standing today, considering the music on the way in. This is awesome. But getting me out of bed in the morning is really easy. It's a team sport. I love being part of a team and teams that impact the lives of others. So what that team is doing on that day really depends on the day of the week, the time of the year, the problem at hand. But contributing to solutions, ideas, businesses, teams, ecosystems where lives are being impacted, that misses my snooze button every morning. So how can I maximize my efforts to make others' lives easier, better, cheaper, more efficient, and of course, more accessible?
Fantastic, John. Thanks so much, and welcome to the session. And we've had already today the 6 A's, the 7 C's. In our session, I know we've got some S's. So, that was just helping us to set the scene. But I want to talk a little bit about switching seats, because you've done a bit of that in your life before we move on to sport, scouts, and support and how those all link together. So when it comes to switching seats, I know you're an entrepreneur who joined an ecosystem support organization, Tech Alliance of Southwestern Ontario, as a director of product. For those of you unfamiliar with Ontario, this organization is similar to a regional innovation network in Alberta. So tell us a little bit about what motivated you to make that move from being this entrepreneur to working for an ecosystem support organization. Who convinced you to do this?
Yeah, it's funny because it's not outside of a traditional EIR role. Not a lot of entrepreneurs see the ecosystem as a viable career opportunity. And when you say it out loud, it seems really counterintuitive. You know, most folks, like if you're like me and you've had more entrepreneurial failure than success, you tend to try to treat your wounds with a big paycheck, and you know that's totally understandable. It's just not really that transition into the ecosystem as you say. But for me, it was really a perfect storm of circumstance that led to the change. And I was feeling really limited in my existing role at the startup that I was with at the time. I felt like I had more to contribute to the organization than just business development. I was still very much reeling from my last entrepreneurial failure, which was just such a heartbreaker for me. You know, I was struggling with my mental health. I was in the early stages of my own midlife crisis. The pandemic had just kicked off. George Floyd had just been murdered by police. It was a lot. There was a ton going on. But I read this job posting one day for the first title that I was hired for at the Regional Innovation Center, which was Director of Venture Growth and Corporate Innovation. And I read it and I was like, they need a founder. They need me. You know, this is me. It's my calling. And at the time, during those circumstances, it was an easy decision to make. So I showed my partner, Jeannie, and she just said, John, I'll never hear the end of it if you don't apply for this job. So her encouragement was a big part of it. But most importantly, I've been in this ecosystem for the large part of a decade. Like I said, I failed more than I succeeded, and I really had a chip on my shoulder. I felt like I had mortgaged some of my prime earning years in pursuit of entrepreneurship. And I started to look around at the ecosystem and I thought, you know, if I lived an hour down the road in Kitchener-Waterloo or even in Toronto, would things have been different for mine? Like, how can we be in the shadow of the largest tech corridor on the planet and still, like, nobody knows where to start? You know, still nobody can find their way around here. We're still so unsuccessful as an ecosystem. So in London, at all the networking events that us entrepreneurs go to, we would always joke about the London Loop. And this was a path that all entrepreneurs would eventually take, where you have your kind of idea and you go to the small business center and you tell them your story, and they send you over to economic development, where you march over and you excitedly tell them your story again, and they send you over to regional innovation and you tell your story again, which is all fine. But the last time you end up back at the small business center. So you've done this complete loop, you've regurgitated your story 3 times and you don't feel any further ahead. So all this to say, Simon, I challenged myself to contribute to progress. I didn't want to put the weight of the solution on everybody, but I challenged, you know, can we start thinking about solution, or can we at least progress? And that's why, you know, today, you know, everything kind of lining up. I was really excited to talk to you about this today. So.
Yeah, and that's a big point you mentioned. I mean, the London Loop, I'm going to have that in the back of my mind for a while. But getting caught in that needs assessment cycle, it's something that you see happen with ecosystem support organizations. You know, there's resources are finite, time is finite. We don't always have the time to go into detail on every entrepreneur's story, but also there's a data situation and a data fact here. And we're going to get to that, I know, in terms of how do we actually share and work with data. But before we do, you called yourself Director of Product. I mean, that's not the kind of typical role you'd find in an ecosystem support organization. So tell us a little bit about a Director of Product for an organization that's supporting entrepreneurs. What does that mean?
It's not a regular role. And so starting as the Director of Venture Growth, I was in charge of delivering the advisory services for our RIC. And that's when I started to look around and say, we need to think about product. And that was the initial starting of this idea. Is like, I quickly noticed that our entire RIC, like most RICs in Ontario, it was operated like a traditional service, you know, like an institution of the past. At least it felt that way. You know, we were only available between 9 and 5. You needed to talk to somebody before, you know, the conversation was the stimulus to the transaction. Like, you need to talk to somebody before you could get any help. Even resources like a business model, Canvas, was only distributed on a one-to-one basis after a conversation. So everything really felt inefficient, but it also felt inaccessible. So as a tech entrepreneur, largely in the B2B space in my career, I was like, man, there's got to be a product. Like we got to start thinking like a product, or at least like Pizza Hut. We're now a tech company that gets pizza, and we're enabled by sophisticated products that enable us to sell a lot of pizzas really fast. And that was kind of the basis of it. But in regional innovation organizations, if you will, and I think this is pretty, standard in Alberta and Ontario, you have two sides of the house: the one-to-many side, the events, the content creation, the workshops, incubators, accelerators, and then you have the one-to-one side of the house, the advisory services, the connections in the ecosystem, the whiteboard sessions, the individual problem solving. And at our RIC, these largely operated as two separate businesses. So I had a lot of questions. How do we structure our RIC instead of two separate doors? Where do I even go? Like, how do we match what we do and match that to the customer journey? How can it be a linear path, or in fact more like a funnel? Because I see things like a funnel through my time building technology. So how can we create that linear path, and can we organize ourselves internally so that we can actually start to build value within this ecosystem? And as a result of our organization and our product enablement, can we then help others in the ecosystem organize around what we were putting through our funnel, our scouting organization, if you will, as maybe a little allusion to the rest of our conversation. But I was actually certain, and I still am, that regional innovation is the exact place to enable this kind of change.
Fantastic. And you've mentioned about this sort of difference between the products that you're offering. You've mentioned this notion of a one-to-one, which is more intensive. It's a coaching approach or mentorship approach. And then you've also mentioned about this one-to-many. You talked to me before the session about bottlenecks and the importance of identifying where the bottlenecks are in a system. And I believe that, when you were conducting that analysis, you identified some bottlenecks yourself. I'm wondering whether you could share with the audience today what those bottlenecks were and why that actually mattered when it came to finding a solution for this.
Yeah, so I found, you're absolutely right. The most finite resource at our regional innovation center was the one-to-one services. And that's where we felt we could deliver the most impact. And we had engaged customers by that time. So they qualified themselves to where now they're engaged and they're qualified. These are the perfect people that we need to help. The only problem is that it was all ideation. So we were having our events over here, the one-to-many, but we weren't actually using that to inform or create data that would inform who we were visiting over here. Effectively, they were just both. It was door number one or door number two. So you could either go to a workshop to ideate through something as a group, or you could actually come and take one of our, take an hour of an advisor's time and actually do ideation. So I found that we couldn't get out of the ideation mode. We didn't have data profiles to tell one venture from the other, and creating this huge bottleneck of just having ideating entrepreneurs. They weren't even ventures at this point. So then naturally we became as the place that you go when you have an idea, not when you need entrepreneurial or venture support. And that was a bottleneck that was seemingly impossible at the time under our current structure to get out from under.
Thanks for sharing that, John. And just for those that are listening, remember that there is a chat function that's being monitored. So if you have questions for John, we are going to get some Q&A towards the end of the session. Please feel free to bring those questions forward. We're going to shift on to talking then about sports, scouts, and supports. So a few more S's. And I know, John, you've got a background in the sports industry, particularly in metric systems in baseball. So bring it on, Brad. I'm keen to understand a little bit more about what can be learned from baseball in how we scout and support entrepreneurs. So I know that you have a big focus, or have had a big focus, on player development and analysis, and this notion of it being a funnel. But I'm wondering whether you can start to tell us a little bit more about how do we shift our mindset to the scouting process to support entrepreneurs?
Yeah, so it's not necessarily a guy thing, but like I think that sports in general are a framework that actually kind of identifies success. They're built that way, and that's actually the goal, is to actually put people through this system to actually advance with their careers, but they actually exist to grow the game as well. And that's one of the functions, I think, of a good ecosystem, is actually growing that game. So when I see the provincially funded organizations and in Ontario regional innovation centers, I think that is the grassroots layer of any ecosystem. And I think that it has to exist to support and grow the game as well. So I think about it, and I'm in London, Ontario, so I think about it just like London minor entrepreneurship. So just like minor baseball or minor hockey, the association at the top of the funnel, it needs to be wide open. We need to support the house league players, the casual players, the old timer league, the folks that are just starting their entrepreneurial careers. But we also have to have those competitive streams for those who want to make this a career. And despite being a team sport, hockey, baseball, all team sports, they all focus and support the individual development of the players. And they can ensure that, backed by data, they can ensure that those players, the individuals, are receiving the right support at the right time. So let's move this analogy into regional innovation. The top of the funnel has to be wide open and accessible for everyone. So the front door of the association is your logical first step. So at that top of that funnel, we can support folks with things that scale: events, resources, online courses, workshops, forums, peer-to-peer groups. We have so many brilliant programs. But now, if we're in an environment that tracks the data, the law of averages tells us that these entrepreneurs that we've put in the top of the funnel are going to start to turn into ventures. And that's where we can leverage the data that's coming out of our one-to-many sides of our business in order to optimize the one-to-one sides of our business. Okay, so we're now starting to get we're going to different events, and this data profile from the individual is starting to be built out a little more. So when I looked at this for our advisors, it became less about being domain experts and more about being ecosystem experts. So as an advisor, if I was meeting with an entrepreneur that had come through our funnel, I've got a data profile, I've got an idea that these guys kind of have success, they're deserving, or they're not deserving, I shouldn't say that, but we can apply some time here for impact. We should invest some time here to try and get our ROI as the RIC. In doing so, really, as the advisor, my pressure is low, because if I say, hey, what's keeping you up at night right now? If I can solve the problem using my domain expertise, great. Let's move on to, go away for a week now that we've solved that. Now I'll ask you that question again. What's keeping you up at night? So the second path, or the second choice of action, is really, okay, you need a connection. So I can't solve it. So I have all of these other partners, the federal partners, and I know where they can add value. So I'm going to connect you to Joe over here, and he's going to go help you, and then come back to me, and I'm going to ask you the same question. Now, what's keeping you up at night? So we've largely taken the burden of domain expertise, and we de-risked it by being more scouts and traffic, not like necessarily coordinators, right? Like asking people where they want to go and where they need to be based on the things that are keeping them up at night. Because it's really hard to show a picture of a startup to an entrepreneur and say, hey, where did the startup hurt you? They don't know their problem, right? So you have to have that conversation, we understand, in order to get that. But like I mentioned, the entire system of baseball is designed as a framework for uncovering indicators of success. So at any given time, baseball they know that they've got 65 million people globally in their funnel, and at the bottom of the funnel, there's 975 spots that they, backed by data, they found the 975 best players to comprise these 30 teams at the major league levels at the bottom of it. And it's largely backed up on data. So first of all, separate house league and travel players, and then be able to add metrics that are somewhat standardized to actually indicate what these individuals are doing that can contribute to team success.
Fantastic insights, John, to the sports sector and baseball, and how that can apply in our context, and just the discipline that occurs around that data. And I guess shared perspectives on the metrics also that are common across a sector like that. I think, one of the projects and programs of work that's being led by Alberta Innovates at the moment is a wayfinding program of work. And you mentioned that just now in that if ecosystem support organizations we need to be experts in what exists in the ecosystem. It's not the entrepreneur that needs to be the expert. And so how do we come together to learn and understand more about the ecosystem, and what tools and frameworks do we need internally to actually help navigate them quicker, conduct needs assessment quicker, do all those great things that are important. I want to shift just towards the back end of our conversation. I know we've got sort of 4 minutes left.
Yeah.
Particularly about supersizing success. So a couple more S's, but many former and current entrepreneurs have a give back to the ecosystem mentality. I know you're an example of this. However, there's a need to encourage more and more entrepreneurs to become impact entrepreneurs. And that's a key tenet of today's conversation. We explored some of those components with Christian Busch through serendipity lens earlier today. So we want to find individuals who invest in the ecosystem, which has given them so much. So I wonder, in what ways can entrepreneurs give back to the ecosystem? What are some of the things that you've noticed that entrepreneurs can do to give back in your system that you operate in?
Yeah, and I kind of identify as, like I've already exclaimed that I'm startup out. I know with certainty that I will not take another high growth startup idea and run with it. But that being said, I understand that entrepreneurship is still a large part of my identity. So, I had to kind of reconcile and figure out what that looked like. And I also think that I can still get on base a lot. Like Scott Hatterberg in Moneyball, he was a scrap heap of a player at catcher, but they moved him to first because he could still get on base a lot. So I got to figure out, where my position is optimized so that I can still kind of be productive towards that team. But keeping entrepreneurship as a hobby. Don't make it mean everything in your life, but let's look at ecosystem just quickly here, Simon, because aside from its entrepreneurship applications, my first image is a forest. And when we look at a forest, those trees that get big and they really thrive, they drop leaves and they're constantly contributing to the topsoil to stimulate new growth. Unlike entrepreneurial ecosystems, in a forest, the dead trees also still contribute to stimulate new growth, where we don't see folks like me with more failures than success actually coming back and figuring out how they can use some of that, use some of that to actually create benefit. Lastly, a specific call, I'd like to say, and just kind of looking around this group, I spent a decade working on startups alongside predominantly white men. Most rooms that I pitched my businesses in were predominantly white men. Most EIRs and advisors that I met with were predominantly white men. You and I are occupying the stage today, both as white men. So I think we need to have more diverse set of voices around this table and talking about solutions, because when we think about the top of that funnel, it's not just white guys going in there. So that would be kind of what I think we could do to invest in ecosystems as uber successful entrepreneurs, but also entrepreneurs that maybe got on base a couple times.
Fantastic points, John. And yeah, on that point of diversity, equity, inclusion, heavily being invested in through the regional innovation networks I know in this province, and it's definitely starting to bring benefits, to bring other voices into it. So, thank you very much for the conversation today. I know we didn't manage to get to all of the different questions, but so great to learn from your experiences of shifting seats from being an entrepreneur into an ecosystem, back into an entrepreneur. But how do we all have entrepreneurship as a hobby, a side hustle? And how do we contribute back into those other budding entrepreneurs coming up through the system to all be impact entrepreneurs? So thanks so much, John, for your time today.
Thanks, everybody. It was great being here. I really had a great time, Simon. Thanks again.
Thanks so much, Simon and John. A great discussion there. And of course, you've got your weekend plans. You got to watch Moneyball, a very worthwhile film with Brad Pitt. Just a reminder before we break for lunch that you need to get those photos into the photo booth. We're going to have the virtual gallery after we wrap up on Friday. So we're expecting some pretty cool pictures and some design ideas as we see your backgrounds on your cameras. All right, before we break for lunch, we want to bring back Dr. Catherine Graham, Executive Director of the Impact Action Lab.
Thanks, Stacey. So what have we heard today? We've heard feel the customer's pain, constantly experiment and learn, cultivate serendipity, have a plan but have the ability to adapt. I really like this one, have random coffee trials at work. We've heard 6 A's, 6 C's, Moneyball, data matters, sport, doubt, support. And finally, leaving you with a kind of key message here is we have a new diverse set of impact entrepreneurs of tomorrow who are making a difference both globally, locally, and back again. So in terms of next steps, we're still open for registering. Tell your friends, your family, your cousins, your daughters. There's 3 more days ahead. And then I really want to let you know we're going to have a lunchtime, but really encourage you to come to a master class that's on at 1 o'clock. It's going to be delivered by Hayley MacDonald from SVG Ventures Thrive to talk about Canada's agri-food investment landscape. Really encourage you to come to this. Fabulous topic, huge potential, and just great to hear to be part of that masterclass. Thank you. Goodbye.
start stumping, and the jam is pumping. Look ahead, the crowd is jumping. Pump it up a little more, get the party going on the dance floor, 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 the dance floor. See, 'cause that's where the party's at, and you find out if you do that.
Oh.
Welcome back, everyone. Hopefully you had a fantastic lunch, because right now we are going back to school for today's masterclass. We are talking agri-food investment. It is building momentum here in Canada, and innovation is making all the difference in growing the sector. Now, to talk about how Canada can have a larger impact on a global scale when it comes to agri-food, we have Hayley McDonald. She is Corporate Innovation Manager at SVG Venture Thrive. Now, Thrive is a global agri-food investment and innovation platform and one of Alberta Innovate's accelerator partners in the Scale Up and Growth program. Hayley is driven to develop solutions in support of a more environmentally friendly, socially and economically sustainable future of food. Please welcome, for our final session of the day, our masterclass. Here is Hayley McDonald.
Hello, everyone, and thank you very much for the introduction. I'm honored to be here today speaking at this Leading in Learning forum. I'm going to share my screen and we can dive in. All right. So yes, once again, thank you so much for being here. Looking forward to diving into this session on Canada's agri-food tech investment landscape. I'm going to provide a little bit of context on what I'll be speaking about in this session before we dive in. And I'll start by saying that Thrive recently produced a snapshot report on the Canadian agri-food investment landscape. It will be released in the coming months. And in this report, we dove into how investment has been flowing into the sector, as well as some of the needs, challenges, and opportunities going forward. And so in this session, I'm going to be walking through an overview on Canada's agri-food landscape overall, and then highlighting some of the key findings shared in the report that are relevant for the Canadian innovation ecosystem more broadly. So I've divided the session into a couple main sections. I'll start by providing a really brief overview on SVG Ventures Thrive for the benefit of those of you in the audience who aren't as familiar with our platform. I'll then provide an overview on Canada's agri-food landscape as a whole, before diving into a state of the union, if you will, on investment specifically, what that's looked like over recent years. And we'll wrap up with a future perspective on challenges and opportunities facing investment in agri-food going forward. And then we'll close with time for questions and discussion. And on that note, I want to call out that we will have time at the end of the presentation. I'll be speaking for about 30 minutes for a live Q&A. So if you do have questions come up during the presentation, please submit them and I will answer them at the end with the moderator. So with that, we can dive in. I'm going to start, as I mentioned, by providing a brief overview on SVG Ventures Thrive and the role that we play in the Canadian agri-food ecosystem for context. So Thrive is a global agri-food investment and innovation platform. We have a global headquarters in Silicon Valley and a Canadian HQ in Calgary, Alberta. I'll describe a bit about our platform in the context of four main pillars. The first of which is early stage programming. So we provide startup programs through our global and regional accelerator programs and pre-accelerator or academy programs. The next is investment. So we invest in many of the early stage companies in our programs, helping them to scale and commercialize their solutions. The next pillar is corporate innovation. And as mentioned, this is the area of our business that I focus on specifically. We work with corporates and other entities across the ecosystem and really helping them to advance their strategies through open innovation. And a big part of this is helping these entities connect with early stage innovators in the industry. And we bring all of these components of our platform together through our ecosystem. And this is providing a platform to connect corporates, startups, research and academia, government, ag producers, and other stakeholders to collaborate around innovation and really driving towards shaping the future of the agri-food industry. I'll talk a little bit about Thrive Canada specifically. We launched in Canada in 2021, and we've been focused on helping drive growth and collaboration in the Canadian agri-food innovation ecosystem. We've launched a Canadian-specific accelerator program, as well as an academy or a pre-accelerator program based in Canada earlier this year. And in this diagram, I've highlighted a diverse cross-section of organizations across the industry who we've partnered with on this journey. One of these partners includes Alberta Innovates, who supports startup programming across a variety of sectors, including agri-food and Thrive. We also work with a number of other prominent Canadian agri-food corporates, including FCC, Nutrien, ATB, and many others. All right, so the next piece I want to dive into is spending some time on laying out Canada's agri-food landscape, especially for the benefit of those in this session who don't work intimately within this industry, before diving into investment specifically. So something that we do all know is that Canada's agri-food industry is a real cornerstone of the country's economy and culture. The industry accounts for about 7% of national GDP and employs 1 in 9 Canadians. We're the 5th largest exporter of agricultural products globally, with more than half of these exports going to the US alone. At home, food is our 2nd largest household expense, and we spend over $180 billion on food annually. And from a natural resources perspective, ag is also significant. We have an agricultural land base of over 60 million hectares. And this all goes into producing a really diverse selection of products across various stages of the value chain. And I've highlighted a couple notable sectors here on the right. The first being some of our principal field crops, including canola, wheat, and pulse crops. The second being horticulture, namely greenhouse vegetables and nursery plants. The third being animal agriculture. So for example, beef, pork, and chicken. And lastly, we have a really robust food and beverage industry, including dairy production and eggs. Now I want to zoom out for a moment and highlight the fact that globally, efficient and sustainable agricultural systems are really foundational to resilient economies, both domestically as well as around the world. And there are a number of macro factors that are pushing the agri-food industry to produce more with less. And I've highlighted a number of these here. The first of which is the pressure to adapt to an increasingly volatile and shifting climate. The second being the need to support a growing population. Thirdly, managing food security threats, rising inflation, a shifting regulatory and policy landscape, and lastly, geopolitical conflicts and other events we're experiencing that are impacting our supply chains. And so with all of this in mind, we're seeing a rising need to bring the worlds of technology and agri-food together, which is all driving innovation. And so at the end of the day, as a major ag producer, Canada has a key role to play in building global resilience by prioritizing innovation and advancement of its agri-food industry at home. All right, so what does this look like from an innovation and technology perspective on the farm and beyond? We see innovation across the agri-food value chain, from the farm to the processor, all the way to the retailer and consumer. And so here on this diagram, I'm highlighting some of the needs and opportunities for innovation, as well as some of the leading players developing solutions in each of these spaces. We're looking at everything from crop protection and nutrition solutions on the farm, as well as animal health and nutrition, farm management tools, and along the supply chain, looking at traceability solutions, packaging, innovative retail solutions. And all the way along, we're looking at advancements in biotechnology, robotics and automation, and applications for artificial intelligence, among others. I've also specifically highlighted a few Canadian innovators developing solutions in some of these areas. including Verdi, livestock water recycling, Semios, and milk movement. And lastly, I wanted to highlight some of the other components of the agri-food innovation ecosystem. On the last slide, I talked a lot about the innovators that are developing solutions across different growth stages and geographies and different types of technologies, but also very important to recognize that the ecosystem also includes research and academic institutions, investors, accelerators and incubators and other stakeholders that are all really focused on helping the industry grow and thrive. All right, so with all of this in mind, I'd like to now dive into the Canadian agri-food tech investment landscape. And I want to start by grounding in on why this is so important. Investment in innovation is really critical for advancement of Canada's agri-food industry, and access to capital is one of the most critical ingredients for a successful startup and innovation ecosystem as a whole. We know that Canada is a very important agri-food producer and exporter, and we're uniquely positioned to do that going forward in the future as well. We have an abundant supply of natural resources, robust production and processing industries, and a well-educated workforce, amongst other factors. But we also have some challenges. You know, we have a relatively small population, a vast geographical expansiveness, and some private capital limitations. And so with all of these considerations in mind, it's easy to recognize that a Canada-specific approach will be essential in advancing the industry, particularly through investment. And so for us, we set out in our research and in the report I mentioned to explore and provide some perspective in the context of the three questions I've listed here. Firstly, how does Canada measure up globally with respect to investment in agri-food tech? 2, who is driving investment in Canadian agri-food tech companies? And 3, how is investment in Canadian agri-food tech companies split across growth stages, geographies, and technology verticals? Okay, so now let's dive into the data. What we're looking at here is global venture capital investment in agri-food tech over the last 10 years. And I do want to call out that our analysis takes us up to the end of Q2 2022, so something to keep in mind throughout the remainder of this presentation. This graph will likely not look unfamiliar to many of you in the audience in agri-food and beyond, because across the board, we know that we've seen an increasing rate of investment across most industries over the last 10 years. With 2021 obviously being a record year in venture investment across the board. In 2022, more recently, what we've seen is investment in agri-food remaining more stable than some other industries. And there's a number of reasons for this, but one is the growth and persistence of impact investing and capital coming in from some traditionally non-ag sources. So it's our hypothesis that agri-food may remain to some degree sheltered from some of the current and future economic challenges due to the climate emergency and food security risks that are continuing to drive capital into the space. Ultimately, the point I want to make here is that continued growth in investment means increasing opportunities for innovation, and vice versa. Continued demands for innovation from the industry will require continued investment. So the next thing we did was break these trends down, these trends that we're seeing over time down by country. And so what we're looking at here on this visual is the distribution of venture capital investment in agri-food tech over time by country. So if you look at Canada, for example, highlighted in yellow, we can see that 31% of the venture investment in agri-food over the last 5 years was allocated in the year 2021. If we compare Canada to the US, for example, which is at the top of this chart, and some of the other countries, we can see that investment in Canada has mirrored that of global trends and macro drivers, including the heightened urgency of the climate crisis, as well as the pandemic and the boom in venture capital we saw in 2020 and 2021. I will also note that the countries shown here are the top 20 countries in VC investment in agri-food tech globally. So now looking at it from an aggregated perspective, here we're looking at the cumulative VC investment in agri-food tech over the last 5 years. We have total investment shown in green and deal volume shown in orange. And what we can see here is that we've seen over 1.6 billion in VC investment in Canadian agri-food tech companies in the last 5 years. Looking at the chart, we can see that Canada has ranked 15th in VC investment. I will call out, it's not shown here, but Canada's ranks 11th in total agri-food tech investment. That includes venture capital, but also includes all other sources of private capital. It's also notable that Canada does punch above its weight when it comes to deal volume, ranking 5th in the cumulative last 5 years. Okay, so with all of these stats in mind, we wanted to run some comparisons to understand how Canada stacks up when we consider some other variables on the table. So the first thing I want to take a look at is how venture capital investment in Canadian agri-food tech companies has compared to total VC investment. And so that's what we're looking at in the chart here. We're looking at the percent of total VC investment that's been allocated to agri-food, with investment in green and deal volume in orange. And you see Canada highlighted in yellow near the bottom. And so what we see is that approximately 4% of total VC funding in Canada is allocated to agri-food tech. This is slightly lower than what we're seeing in some of the countries leading agri-food tech investments, such as the US at 6%, but it's relatively similar. Also notable is from a deal volume perspective, Canada sits slightly higher at 7% of total VC deal volume being allocated to agri-food tech, which is interesting. Okay, next we wanted to look at some comparisons outside of just investment, and for ag specifically, it's important to look at investment in the context of some other ag and country-specific metrics. And so we ran a Canada-US comparison to do this. This is important because the US accounts for approximately 50% of global agri-food tech investment and about 40% of deal volume. So it's worthwhile seeing how Canada measures up to this ultimately a global proxy. What we see at the top on this diagram, when we compare the two countries with respect to total agricultural land, total arable land, and population, is that the US has approximately 7 times more agricultural land and approximately 9 times the population as Canada does. And then when we look at investment, as we covered in some of the previous slides, we've been seeing similar trends in terms of rising investment and deal volume in both countries over time. But when we look at total investment and VC specifically investment in agri-food tech over the last 5 years cumulatively, as well as looking at just 2021 and 2022, we see that US agri-food tech companies receive up to 35 times more VC funding than similar Canadian companies. I also want to call out that there are a number of factors that are not considered here. This is relatively simplified analysis, certainly, but it does lead us to ask some questions about where some of these differences might be coming from. We then focused in on Canada specifically and wanted to look at where the funding has been coming from. So what we're looking at on this chart specifically is investment source broken down by deal stage. And so what this is telling us is approximately 50 to 60% of VC funding allocated to agri-food tech companies is coming from Canadian investors, with 25 to 40% coming from US-based investors, and the remainder from other international firms. One trend we can pull out of this is that in these more recent years, it appears that later stage deals may be seeing a slightly proportionally higher level of activity from Canadian investors than international, which is interesting. Now looking specifically at investors in the Canadian ecosystem and ultimately where some of this investment is coming from on an investor by investor basis. The chart here highlights where investment has been coming from by summarizing the top 15 global investors in Canadian agri-food tech companies by deal volume, and also broken down by deal stage. And so those are the colors that you see on each individual bar. Some of the notable investors here are Desjardins Capital, BDC Capital, SPG Ventures Thrive, SOSB, and SDTC, amongst others. I also want to call out that we know that the Canadian ecosystem supporting early stage agri-food companies has been showing continued growth. And we are seeing an increasing number of dedicated VC funds, as well as accelerators, incubators, and other programmatic support functions, building a lot of momentum across the country. There's a couple notable stakeholders to call out here, including Connexus Venture Capital, the 51 Ventures, Ag Capital Canada, Carrot Ventures, District Venture Capital, amongst others, as well as a ramping up in agri-food tech investment amongst some of the generalist funds, including TELUS Ventures and InnovaCorp. Okay, something else we wanted to look at was venture capital investment in Canada across deal stage. So what we're looking at in this chart is a breakdown of investment on the left and deal volume on the right by year, broken down by deal stage. And so some of the trends overall are relatively consistent over time. For example, we're seeing consistently, the majority of total investment dollars are being allocated to later stage rounds, with deal volume being more consistent across the stages. Although there's a couple of differences to pull out as well. One being that, it appears that later stage rounds have started making up an increasingly larger share of the total dollars invested, while investment in some of the earlier stage rounds appears to be shrinking slightly. And then seed and in angel stage investment has appeared to remain relatively consistent with some fluctuation. We also looked at geographical distribution of investment. And so what we're looking at here is total investment in light green, deal volume in dark green, and then proportion of population by percent in orange. And what we found is that investment trends by geography largely mirror what we see in other industries, as well as largely mirroring population. Investment in agri-food tech is shown to be concentrated in Ontario, Quebec, and British Columbia in recent years. It is notable that the British Columbia does punch above its weight from this perspective, and this is largely due to some mega deals that have taken place in this province in recent years. And there's some provinces reflecting the opposite trend, including Alberta, which is largely reflective of there being other industries in those provinces that are relatively strong as well. And lastly, we looked at an investment breakdown by technology vertical. So we looked at all the different technology categories within the industry. We looked at this from a value chain perspective as well. So we broke this down into upstream technology categories, so solutions that are closer to the producer or the farmer end of the value chain, and then also downstream technology categories, so solutions that are closer to the retailer and the consumer. And what we found is that investment at the upstream end has largely been dominated by controlled environment agriculture. So solutions targeted at greenhouses and indoor farms, as well as farm management insights and novel crop input solutions. And then on the downstream end, investment, as you can see, has largely been concentrated in alternative protein and ingredient innovation, with a modest allocation going to some other categories, including marketplaces and meal kits and delivery and retail solutions. Okay, so with all of that in mind, I want to provide a bit of a future perspective on what's important now and going forward in the context of some challenges and opportunities for the industry and investment specifically. So want to start by calling out that, as discussed, there are several ingredients that are really essential for a robust agri-food innovation ecosystem. The first is, of course, a really healthy and diverse pipeline of companies developing solutions that address some of the industry challenges at play. And hand in hand with that is obviously investment, equity investment, and non-dilutive capital, which is critical for helping to support continued advancement. There's also definitely a need for other stakeholders and levers, including tech accelerators, incubators, and strategic policy efforts to help scale and commercialize technologies. With all of this in mind, it's also important to consider that the agri-food industry is very unique and has unique characteristics and needs from an innovation perspective. The first of these is industry fragmentation. So we do see a lot of fragmentation in the industry, especially at the producer or the farm level, which introduces complexity from a tech development and adoption perspective. The second is variability. So agriculture varies highly across different geographies, different soil types, different crop and livestock types, as well as operation sizes. And so what this means for technology development is that there is not a one-size-fits-all solution, which makes things tricky, again, from a development and adoption perspective. There's also the impacts of climate and natural processes and seasonality that introduce complexity. And last but not least, tight margins, especially at the producer level. And so with all of this in mind, it really instates the need for investors and other ecosystem supports that have the right domain knowledge and expertise to apply in terms of helping develop reliable, cost-effective products and solutions that can ultimately deliver an adequate return on investment for the end user, whether that's a farmer or another stakeholder along the value chain. So now I want to spend a little bit of time talking about some of the key trends that we're seeing from an innovation perspective across the industry. There's arguably many new agri-food technologies to highlight, but there's a couple of key areas in which we expect to see growth in the coming years. The first of these is agri-fintech and agri-insurtech. Secondly, soil health and ag carbon tech. Thirdly, controlled environment agriculture. And fourth, novel crop nutrition solutions. I'm going to spend a little bit of time diving into one of these areas in more detail to provide an example before we move forward. And that is soil health and ag carbon tech. I want to start by saying that soil health is critically important for farming operations, and it's something that producers work really hard to maintain in order to generate high yields and build resilience in what is ultimately their most precious asset, their land. We're seeing an increasing focus on soil health due to a number of different drivers, which include, but are definitely not limited to, firstly, some of the long-term economic benefits of practices that improve and maintain soil health. 2, opportunities for soil carbon sequestration on agricultural land. And this goes hand in hand with climate action pressure and corporate net zero targets. So with this, we are seeing innovative solutions being developed to unlock opportunities to leverage soil health to achieve numerous outcomes. And some of these include digital agronomic tools to support adoption of practices that benefit soil health, as well as measurement, reporting, and verification tools to help validate soil health outcomes, carbon accounting tools, and traceability solutions, just to name a few. And I've also highlighted several Canadian innovators who are developing solutions in this area on the right. So with all of this in mind, going forward, we believe that a strategic and collaborative approach is going to be needed to accelerate agri-food tech investment. We know that the industry is building momentum, and our data highlights that investors are definitely rising to the challenge to help scale solutions in the sector. There's also evidence to suggest that we may be lagging in some areas, and so it's really critical that we understand the gaps and where to step up. And so going forward, we see focus on addressing several key challenges in parallel. The first being, of course, improving productivity and efficiency in the industry. But at the same time, it's paramount that we focus on increasing food security, as well as reducing emissions and environmental impact. And so in the future, we really hope to see continued development of agri-food focused funds, as well as collaboration across the investment ecosystem. And lastly, we hope to see continued and increased funding for companies at all stages of maturity. This is critically important for companies at the very early stages, at the pre-seed and seed stage level, as well as at the later stages, that growth stage capital being very critical for commercialization of solutions. Lastly, I want to wrap up by saying that in addition to investment, as I mentioned, accelerators, incubators, and other programmatic supports are fundamental for helping entrepreneurs scale in the industry. Thrive within our global platform, we have several accelerator programs, including our Canadian accelerator program, along with our global accelerator and our newly launched APAC accelerator program. We also run a pre-accelerator program, our Academy, and a venture studio to support even earlier stage companies and ideators. But I also want to call out that there are a number of other excellent programs across the country, including Connexus's Cultivator, Foresight's AgNext program, Zone AgTech, and many others. And so with that, I will open it up for questions and comments. And I do want to call out that this is a growing and fast-moving space. I am certainly continuing to learn every day, and our team is very keen to continue collaborating with others in the industry. So if you're interested in having a conversation on these or any other topics, I'd really love to connect. Please reach out.
So we do have a few questions for you today. I see one on the screen here from Josh. He says, "Hi, Haley. Would you reiterate why FDI in this industry dropped so drastically from 2021 to 2022?
Yes, certainly. I'm just going to stop sharing my screen, and then I will pop over to the Zoom for questions. So one thing I do want to call out is that our analysis extends up until the end, for this particular report, extends up to the end of Q2 2022. That being said, I do recognize that the slide I shared is a little bit misleading in the sense that we are not seeing, and now that we're later into 2022, we're not seeing a huge drop off in terms of private investment. We're not going to come out exactly where 2021 sits, but agri-food is actually looking quite positive from a private investment perspective, especially in BC compared to many other industries. And Josh, I'd be happy to connect with you offline. Please reach out if you'd like to see some of the updated analyses and more recent numbers on this.
All right, we have another question. What should agri-food investors be thinking about differently in the next 3 to 5 years to capitalize on emerging trends?
That is a great question. I think one of the things that I will bring it back to is collaboration is going to be key across the industry. Agri-food, it's a very unique sector in terms of the needs of the end users and what needs to be in place for a technology to be successful. So having appropriate domain knowledge and expertise among investors is critical. That being said, not everyone has that. So I see collaboration across the investment ecosystem being really critical to make sure that investment decisions are being made strategically, and investment is getting into the right places and helping guide innovators to developing solutions that are going to best solve problems for end users.
All right, lots of questions for you today. What type of data do you collect to assess and evaluate impact within the sector? And how did you do your environmental scan? So 2 questions there.
Yes, so if I understand correctly, are we talking, well, okay, maybe I'll just answer this in a couple different ways, and just in case I'm misinterpreting the question. So in terms of the data that we collected for the purposes of the research and that I shared today, we leveraged data largely from PitchBook, as well as the Canadian Venture Capital Association platform, over the period between 2017 and, as I mentioned, 2022, but only up to the end of Q2 for what I shared today. If we're talking more broadly around the data that we collect at SVG Ventures Thrive, on data from an impact perspective, we're looking at data on impact, especially non-financial impact, across a number of different pillars. And 3 of the main pillars that we are looking at from that perspective, and I will say that this is definitely something that we are working on and evolving as we speak, but the 3 main pillars that we're focused on are carbon, land and biodiversity, and water. And I will also be happy to connect offline and have further conversation on that if needed.
Yeah, I saw in the chat actually that somebody wanted your email just to follow up on, I think it's soil health and carbon trends. So if you're willing to share that, that would be great. You can put that in the chat. What is the next moonshot in agri-food?
That is a great question. And I wish I had a crystal ball to answer that, but if I had to say one of the next very important moonshots that the industry is focused on is probably in the area of fertilizer technology. And as many of us know, we're seeing a lot of drivers putting pressure on our conventional fertilizer industries to adapt and innovate in the face of steeply rising crop input costs, as well as pressures to reduce the impact that conventional fertilizers have on the environment, specifically from a carbon perspective. So we're seeing a lot of innovation in nutrient use efficiencies amongst for traditional synthetic fertilizers. We're also seeing a lot of advancements in biosolutions that have potential to be used as a replacement or in parallel with some of the more conventional fertilizers. We're also seeing a lot of advancements in grain ammonia solutions, so solutions that can be used to reduce the environmental impact of ammonia production, which is one of the biggest components of the impact of the agriculture industry as a whole. And we're also seeing advancements on the digital side in terms of new agronomic tools and intelligence that can be used for precision application of inputs. And so there's one major problem on the table, but in terms of what wins out from an innovation perspective or a combination thereof, it's going to be interesting to see, but that's an area that I'm very focused on.
And we want to invite everyone who is watching right now to put a question in the chat for Haley about agri-food. We have one more. Are there unique assets or strengths in the Canadian sector when you compare us to other jurisdictions?
Yes, that is a great question. In my opinion, one area that we have a lot of strengths in Canada is definitely we leverage off of some of our main agricultural industries. So we have a lot of strengths, for example, in developing innovative solutions in the livestock sector, for example, and specifically in beef. We also have some unique strengths, I believe, especially on the soil health and biodiversity side of things. So I touched a little bit on the soil health and ag carbon tech development near the end of my presentation. And that's an area in which we're seeing a lot of Canadian innovators developing really promising solutions that are going to help accelerate the industry forward. So those are a couple areas that I'm excited about and seeing strengths, but it definitely does not end there.
Got to set ourselves apart. Thanks so much, Haley, for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you very much. I was happy to be a part of this. Thank you very much.
And thank you, everyone who is watching right now, for all of those insightful questions. Keep it coming. We still have 3 days left. Well, what a day of learning, inspiration. You don't want to miss a second tomorrow. So on Wednesday, we're going to talk about race equality, which is driving cultural change, and how investing with purpose is needed if we want to maximize social change. And some fascinating discussions on tap for tomorrow and the rest of the week that you will not want to miss. So we will see you bright and early tomorrow, 8 a.m. Mountain Time. Have a great night.